Good. Good morning, members of council. I will call this meeting to order. I'm going to ask that you, during your moment of personal reflection this morning, if you could keep in your thoughts Staff Sergeant Maureen Brault from the Quebec Provincial Police, who lost her life in Three Rivers, another senseless killing of another police officer in this country. And I'd like you to remember her and her family and her fellow officers at this time. Please join me. Thank you. We are currently located on land which has long served as a site of meeting and exchange among the Mississaugas people and is the traditional and treaty territory of the Mississaugas of Scugog Island First Nation. We honor, recognize, and respect this nation and its Indigenous people as the traditional stewards of the lands and waters on which we meet today. Members of Council, 3 items that I'd like to bring to your attention before we go on is the first is the accomplishment of 4 ringette teams from Durham Region at the Ringette Ontario Provincial Championships that were on the weekend of March 4th. This tournament brought together female athletes from all over the province in 5 different division and age groups, totaling some 50 teams. The top 2 teams in each division, and in some cases top 3, go on to compete at the Canadian Ringette Championships, with the gold medal winners earning the right to compete as Team Ontario. This year, 3 of the 5 winning teams are from Durham Region, which has never happened before. In fact, the last time any team based in Durham Region was named to Team Ontario was in 2011. The medalists are as followed: U14 AA Division Oshawa Ringette Association bronze medal, U16 AA Division Ajax Pickering Power gold medalist in Team Ontario, U19 AA Division Pickering Power gold medalist in Team Ontario, 18 plus AA Division Durham Flames gold medalist Team Ontario. The only division in which a Durham team did not medal was in fact the 18 plus University Division. Ontario Tech University does not have a ringette team and did not compete. Of note, the Ontario Championships for A-level ringette takes place has taken place on the weekend of March 16th and 19th, and there will be several Durham ringette teams competing at the event as well. I would encourage Durham Region Council to recognize these teams officially at a future meeting. I am directly connected only to the U14 and U16 teams, but would like to make sure that members of council knew that. Members of council, I'd also like to recognize March 31st as Transgender Day of Visibility, a day dedicated to recognizing the many achievements of transgender, two-spirit, non-binary people, and to celebrate their vibrancy and resilience. Visibility has the potential to be truly transformative. Seeing others with shared experience can help trans and gender diverse people understand and affirm their own identities. It is a vital reminder that they are not alone. Visibility can also be a tool for social change. Creating space for gender diverse people to live openly and tell their own stories can destigmatize trans identities and contribute to greater understanding of the trans experience. This understanding is essential to combating transphobia. While we celebrate the greater representation of trans people and their contributions, we must also acknowledge that there is still work to be done. Transgender, two-spirit, non-binary people continue to experience discrimination in employment, education, healthcare, and housing. They are also often victims of bullying, harassment, and violence. We must commit to challenging the transphobia and all forms of gender-based discrimination, dismantling the structures that perpetuate these inadequacies. On this Transgender Day of Visibility, we reaffirm our commitment to fostering a more equitable and inclusive community for all residents of Durham Region. We also ask that you join us in celebrating the strength and resilience of transgender, two-spirit, and non-binary people, amplifying trans voices and uplifting trans communities today and every day. And finally, members of council, I'd like to take a moment to thank and recognize Jamie Austin, one of our Deputy General Managers in Durham Region Transit. Jamie has been a valued member of DRT Senior Management Team for the past 5 years. And on March 30th, Jamie is pursuing a new career opportunity outside of the region. His dedication to transit, customers, DRT staff, and our entire organization will not be forgotten. Known for his exceptional leadership, Jamie is a true innovator. His ability to view each project through the lens of our customers has helped to bring us so many amazing ideas to light. Some of the highlights of his tenure with us include leading the fleet electrification transition plan and sustainability plans, modernizing the budget process with finance, helping to develop the 2023 to 2032 service and financing strategy, representing 905 transit agencies on the Presto Committee, and advancing initiatives like DRT Safety Plan, Transit Assistance Program, UPass Modernization, and Analytics Program, and the Autonomous Vehicle Pilot, just to name a few. On behalf of the Council, I want to wish Jamie the best of luck in his new adventure, and thank you for your service to the region of Durham. And Jamie, this is your last council meeting and you'll be leaving us shortly, but on behalf of council, thank you for your service to the region. Members of council, I'm going to ask the clerk to do a roll call and explain the rules for today's meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll start an electronic roll call in 1 minute. Just a reminder to members participating remotely to please have your cameras on so the chair can see show of hands votes via remote participants. Electronic roll call is beginning now.
Mr. Clerk, all members of council are present. Members of council, declarations of pecuniary interest. Mr. Clerk, okay. Councillor Wu?
Yes, I've already made note that I have a pecuniary or a conflict of interest. Have a family member that works in social services. Any items that pertain to that within the budget, I will excuse myself from the voting.
Okay, and Councillor Wu, you've put that in writing and given it to the clerk?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Clerk, are there any other members of council online? No? Seeing none, we'll move on. Members of council, we'll see if we can't move item 4.1 and 4.2 together. Can I get a motion? Moved by Councillor Marin-Pietri, seconded by Councillor Lee, on the adoption of the minutes of the council meeting of March 1st and the committee of the whole meeting of March 22nd. Mr. Clerk, we're voting on both items. I'll call the vote now. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, that carries. Members of council, we'll now move on to presentations. We have Eva Reddy, Chair of Durham Region Hospice, Whitby, for an update on the hospice project in Whitby. Mr. Clerk, is she online? And I know Eva is not in the room. Is there someone else from Durham Region Hospice Whitby here today? Okay. Mr. Clerk, could you please note that? And if there was a challenge, could we have them appear in another meeting, please? Thank you. Next one is Amy Archer, Executive Director of Sloan's House, and Jason Hunt, Chair of Sloan's House. Good morning and welcome. And when you're ready, you have 5 minutes.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you for having us here. So next slide, please. Neil and Steph Pasher, the loving parents of Sloan, had an inexhaustible love for their child. They cared for Sloan and did their very best each and every day to not only keep Sloan alive, but to have her thrive. Neil and Steph, like many other parents of medically fragile children, don't complain nor do they seek praise or pity. They have become caregivers who are always on call and who are very often on high alert. Parents of children who require complex medical care and support, or who have a life-limiting illness and their days are limited, truly know what it is like to live every day to the fullest. Next slide, please. Sloan had numerous medical appointments with her medical team. This meant that Sloan's parents must schedule time off work, prepare for transportation, wait to see the medical team, schedule follow-up visits, and arrange for other children to be cared for. In the first year alone, Neil and Steph drove 30,000 kilometers between their home in Whitby to Sick Children's Hospital. Neil and Steph described this constant anxiety and worry that hovered over them every second of the day for Sloan's well-being. Their lives resolved around multiple trips per week to sick kids, countless ICU admissions, and terrifying close calls. Next slide, please. The Pashers were so relieved when Emily's House in Toronto opened to admit Sloan for a weekend of respite. Sloan was able to be cared for by medical professionals, cuddled by loving volunteers, and attend fun programming at the home, while her sister's mom and dad were able to sleep through the night and, yes, have a weekend together. Respite provides a home away from home for children with medical complexities and a much-needed break for their parents, siblings, and community caregivers. Next slide, please. I want to introduce Jack to you, who was diagnosed with a brain tumor at the age of 6. Jack eventually became wheelchair-bound. Jack loved his family, to being silly, and also loved Jesus. Next slide, please. In February of 2018, Sloan died in her mother's arms, surrounded by her family at Emily's House. We celebrated her young life, and a couple of days later, I received a frantic call from Jack's dad saying he didn't have long to live. The family were adamant they did not want to go to the hospital, yet were so exhausted by caring for him around the clock they could not stay home. They were in desperate need of compassionate, skilled care. They packed up and drove an hour and a half from North Durham to Toronto. Jack received excellent palliative care, his pain and symptoms were well managed, and Jack lived 9 extra months. His mom, dad, sister were able to stay at the hospice and be by his side every minute. Jack died in November of 2018, surrounded by his family, plus balloons and cake because it was his 8th birthday. I'm going to hand over to Jason, our board chair, to give you an update of where we currently are in our project.
Thanks, Amy. Thanks, councillors. Normally when your lawyer's standing up here surrounded by the senior members of the police force, you got to be prepared for trouble. But today we're here with some good news. And the good news is that we're here to meet the high need for this program. And actually, if I could have the next slide, please, Roger. The high need for this program, particularly in Durham, there's 400 families in this region who require this type of respite care. And 82% of those families experience a significant level of distress, as Amy has gone through in the case of the Pasher family. Next slide, please. And how we have planned to address that, sorry, I've got my timer up here, is through our vision, which is really to provide a home away from home where we provide that respite care, and to provide programs and activities which allow the families to be reassured that their children are in good hands, while at the same time they enjoy some much-needed respite. And in addition to that, to provide that human palliative care approach to children and families who face a difficult end-of-life process. Next slide, please. So we're very happy to have some donated land, very generously donated to us by the West Whitby Landowners Group. You can see here on the map, those are the highways 412 and Highway 2 in Whitby, and the black circled land is the land that's been donated. The new Oshawa Clinic, I guess maybe not Oshawa Clinic anymore, will be just to the north of us. And next slide. So this is really why we're back here today, is to update you. We have presented to Social Services Committee in the past, but we've had some incredible progress on our project in the last couple of years. We're currently at the beginning stages of a capital campaign. And we've retained Frank Sarazono from Lakeridge Health Bowmanville to do that for us, reaching out to 20 or so leaders within the community to complete that phase 1 of that capital campaign. Once we begin the capital campaign phase 2, we anticipate being 1 to 2 years away from construction. Next slide. Here's the government relations we've been undertaking, and I want to take a moment to thank the Regional Chair John Henry and Social Services Chair Bob Chapman, who both, every time I see them, reach out and offer to help us in any way that they can. And in addition to that, Lauren Coe, who's been an integral part of our project and involved at every step in terms of relations with the provincial government. And the next slide, please. So we're in the stages of program development as well. We're anticipating our first summer camp for these families this summer. We're also defining our program and developing programs that we may be able to offer even before we're in the position of having a facility. So a very exciting time for us. Next slide. And some of our partnerships, Grandview Kids, the new complex care program for these families, which is at Grandview Kids in cooperation with Sick Kids and Windreach Farms. And next slide, which I think is our last one. So here's how you can help spread our story. And next and last slide. And here's our board. Sorry, one more slide. Here's our board. I just wanted to point out, I should acknowledge Liz Roy, who had to leave our board to take on a more auspicious role. But thanks, Liz, for her help. And we now have some new members: Brad McIsaac from Ontario Tech, Jatinder Singh, Director of Audit right here at the region, and Audrey Andrews, who some of you might remember, was retired for a very short period of time before I called her up and asked her to come join our board. So we're happy to welcome those new members as we enter this critical phase of our project. And that's our presentation. Thank you.
So thank you. Members of council, questions to the presentation? Mayor Carter. Good morning. How are you? Just push the request. Yeah.
Yep, I got it. Good morning, sir. Good morning. Thank you very much. Good morning. Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm well aware of your organization. You talked about the fundraising. What is the total capital request or goal that you're trying to reach?
Well, at this point in time, it's relatively undefined. I mean, I think we would start at the number of around 10 to 15 million. We're just currently adjusting to the impacts of inflation and supply chain challenges. So, but that's the range. We're looking at 8 to 10 bed facility.
And has design already been done in regards to the facility?
No, we do have an architect's rendering. We do have some preliminary designs, but that's highly dependent on how much money we think we can raise in the community.
So, and the capital campaign has kicked off, am I correct?
Yeah, we're in phase one where we're determining sort of what the feasibility of our ask is. And then phase two would be, I think, what most people think of as a traditional capital campaign. We expect to begin in the summer.
And who will be leading your capital campaign?
At this point, that matter would go out for an RFP. Currently, the phase one study is being undertaken by Frank Serrazano, who Child Eight's Best Center is one of his charities, as well as Lakeridge Health Bowmanville.
Last question, how can people be able to support this organization if they wish?
Well, we have a number of events, including our golf tournament, which will make those dates available to council if they'd like. And I'll turn that over to Amy. There's other ways that people can donate.
Okay. Do you have to be a good golfer to be in this golf tournament?
Just have to be better than me, which isn't that good.
Okay. All right.
So our golf tournament definitely is a great a way that you can come out and support us. There's other events throughout the year, and you can become a monthly donor through Canada Helps if you go to our website. And so that is really helpful to know what's coming in month to month.
Thank you very much. I greatly appreciate it. I wish you all the very best of luck with your campaign. The work you do is important. I don't know how you do it, but we're grateful as parents and grandparents that you are doing the work. So, Mr. Chair, that is my questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Councillor Wu.
Yeah, through the chair, and thank you very much, Amy and Jason, for your presentation. And I'm just a little remiss if I did not say what the previous presentation that was supposed to show up Eva Reddy with the Durham Region Hospice Whitby, and with my colleague here, Mayor Elizabeth Roy, championing the Whitby Hospice, and presentation last week of the naming of the Whitby Hospice, the Roger Anderson House. But why I mention that too, and I see very many similarities here, between the Roger Anderson House and the Clarington Hospice. with Sloan House and the respite that you offer, but also a palliative care approach. And you speak about that in your vision, a philosophy of care that focuses on quality of living from a holistic perspective where the children and family are truly the center of care. Now, can you give me an idea, please, the respite, but with the number of rooms that you hope to have for the beds, number of beds for I'll say end of life.
Yeah, thanks, Willie, for that question. So in the pediatric world, respite is so important because children don't necessarily die the same way that adults do. There's a longer journey. So the respite piece is truly to build that care, to build that trust, to build that relationship with the child and the family. So ideally is that the end of life beds would probably be 2, but it's not limited to that. So if we have a facility that's, 6 to 10 beds, then at any given time, those beds would be available for end of life, depending on the need of the community. And but otherwise, the respite program is there. Also, we'll definitely have a secured bed 1 at all given time for a child at end of life if there's a quick admission needed to be happen. But otherwise, most of the beds can serve for respite and end of life.
Okay. And my last question: this will be the only facility of its type in Durham region.
Correct.
Okay, and the closest one?
And close to, sorry, Willie, what was
The
that?
closest one, I think you mentioned Toronto.
So the closest pediatric hospice from here is Emily's House in Toronto, and then the next one would be in Ottawa. So there's a huge gap between Toronto and Ottawa where we're, have an opportunity to serve this population, and we have a high need here in the Durham region.
Well, thank you very much, and
Thanks, Willie.
you certainly have my and probably all council support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any other member of council wishing to speak or ask questions? So, Amy, thank you for the work that you do in our community. Jason, because you're in front of us today, I want to thank you, but I want to thank all regional staff that take the time to be involved in important projects throughout our region. We have people in every department of this organization that are out doing great things in the community. I'm thanking you, but today I'm really thanking all those members of our team that are out there from, I think, in every department of the region. We have people involved in our communities, whether on boards or whether they're coaching or doing other things. So thank you for your work here, but to thank all regional staff, and we wish you a great day. Now, today is budget day. It is going to be a very interesting day, but if you would like to leave, feel free.
Thank you.
Okay. Jason, you have to stay.
Yeah, Jason, stay.
Next is Mayor Collier, Chair of the Police Services Board, who is going to do the introduction for item 5.3. Oh, sorry. Mayor Roy?
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Do you want to just verify that Eva's not online? I just got a note that she thought she was virtual.
Okay. Mr. Clerk?
I don't have her connected, but we can try to get a hold of her and get her in.
So maybe what we can do is we'll get the clerk to try to get her to the meeting sometime today, and
Okay.
we'll work on that
Great.
now.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Collier, you're on the line. We can't hear you. Push your microphone button, please.
There we go. I am here.
Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chair Henry and my council colleagues. On behalf of the Police Service Board, very pleased to introduce the DRPS quarterly update to Regional Council. Joined here today with both outgoing Chief Todd Rollauer and incoming Chief Peter Moreira, as well as several other members of DRPS to answer any questions may come up today. I want to begin by acknowledging that Chief Rollauer and his contribution to the DRPS and our region for more than 35 years. Chief Rollauer has been our chief for the last 2.5 years, has been an outstanding police and community leader. He's officially retiring at the end of this week. Todd, thank you for an amazing 3.5 decades. It's been a pleasure to work with you, and we sincerely hope that you enjoy retirement with your loved ones. You will be missed. Also my pleasure. Yeah, we can clap for now. Also, my pleasure to introduce our new Chief of Police, Peter Moreira. Chief Moreira is a lifelong resident of Durham Region, lives in Whitby, comes to us from the Toronto Police Service, where he held the rank of Chief Superintendent. Over the course of his career, Chief Moreira has earned a stellar reputation for his skillful leadership and commitment to engagement with the community. We know he will inspire the trust of the public and the DRPS membership as he assumes his new role. So welcome, Peter. This may be the first time many of you have seen him. Also like to note that the DRPS 2023 budget is on today's council agenda, and it has received the support of the Finance and Administrative Committee. The budget request, my tongue tied this morning. The budget request represents a total increase of 6.09%. The majority of the increase is to the base budget to continue to provide services at current levels. In addition to base funding, the budget includes 41 new full-time positions to support the frontline investigative and administrative teams. Council support for staffing growth has been important for the stability of our police service, and as the region continues to grow, it's important that new positions continue to be added to ensure we maintain a safe community for our citizens. We look forward to the support of Regional Council as we finalize our 2023 budget. I also want to provide Council with a quick update on the status of our next strategic plan. We've been busy doing consultations for many months, including an online citizen survey, a business survey, and stakeholder sessions. And last week, we held a town hall at the Ability Center to encourage a free exchange of dialogue and help gather input for future priorities. Consultations with DRPS members will occur over the next several weeks, and we are aiming to have a draft plan approved by the board in June. And we'll keep Council informed as the process continues. And I'll now hand it over to Chief Moreira to provide an operational overview. Thank you, Chair.
I think my microphone is on. Good morning, everybody. My name is Peter Moreira, and I have the honor of being the 9th Police Chief of the Durham Regional Police Service. Chair Henry, regional mayors, councillors, and staff, thank you for the invitation to present the DRPS quarterly update today. I want to start off by echoing what Chair Collier spoke about, and thanking Chief Rollauer for his dedicated and committed service to the residents of Durham Region, which I am proudly one, in his 35-year career. He has been the most gracious and supportive during my transition, and Durham is extremely lucky to have had his leadership in this organization during some very difficult times in society. I don't want to take up too much time speaking about myself. I've had the pleasure of meeting many of you, but not all of you. And so just a little bit about me. I am a lifelong resident of Durham Region, and live here with my wife and my children in the top end of Whitby. And I've been a member for 32 years of the Toronto Police Service, place where I've gained a ton of experience that I hope serves the residents of my community, my region well. At the change of command ceremony last Friday, something that I was truly honored to be part of, I outlined 3 first-year priorities, which include building trust and improving communications, both internally and externally, supporting our communities by focusing on strategic partnerships and that align with the region's community safety and well-being plan, and continue the work of my colleagues here on the modernization of the Durham Regional Police Service. Accompanying these will be a continued focus on our operational goals of combating gun and gang violence, focusing on road safety, and addressing the complex needs that disproportionately affect women, children, and older adults in our region. Let's now take a moment, and regrettably, this is not the most recent group of police officers that we must honor. There's one more, and I appreciate Chair Henry's acknowledgement of the loss of our sister yesterday. Earlier this month, 2 Edmonton Police Service officers, Constable Brett Ryan, 30 years, and Travis Jordan, 35 years, were ambushed during a family dispute call and were shot and killed. The shooter died from self-inflicted gunshot wounds. These officers had a collective 14 years of service and experience, and gave their lives serving and protecting their community. They're truly heroes in life, not death. I know that Chief Roller has spoken to council previously about the work that our offender management unit has done. Earlier this month, we announced the results of Project Tundra, a 7-week project that focused on persons wanted on outstanding warrants for offenses that occurred within Durham Region. Led by our offender management unit and assisted by divisional members, we arrested 221 individuals, executed 434 warrants, and laid a combined 757 charges. Members traveled across Southern Ontario to locate and arrest some of these offenders. Of those charges laid, 193 were for fail to attend court. 221 individuals were arrested for offenses that included sexual assault, sexual exploitation, and aggravated assault. A complete list of those charges can be found on our website. This not only improves the safety in this region, but right across this province when serious offenders are put back before the courts and in some cases remain in custody. In terms of calls for service across the board, we've seen an increase in the calls for service. Approximately 12,000 of the 18,700 calls for service received this year can be classified as non-criminal in nature. This equates to about 2/3 of all calls. These calls include things such as noise complaints and other disturbances, domestic and other disputes, assisting other emergency services, and mental health related calls. Also occupying a great deal of time is searching for and documenting missing persons and road safety. There's a percentage of our calls that also we've seen an increase in terms of responding for suspicious persons, people loitering, and those calls related to people experiencing mental health, homelessness, and addiction. Police reports. This chart shows the category of police reports filed by our service. All categories, with the exception of the criminal code traffic offenses, are higher this year compared to 2022. As you notice, other law enforcement stands out. Other law enforcement matters include missing persons, mental health, proactive work, and includes compliance checks, things like outstanding warrants, and monitoring people on bail. Responding to traffic collisions, handling found property, responding to domestic disputes, neighbor and family disputes, responding to suspicious persons, wandering persons, unwanted persons, responding to sudden deaths, and well-being checks are all included within these categories and are driving up the police report demand. In terms of response times, we've seen an increase in emergency response times during emergency calls. There are two issues that may at least partially explain the increase in emergency response times from 2021 to 2022. First, it's become more common for intimate partner violence type calls to be classified as priority one, the most serious level of priority for the police. And as we know, these type of calls are consistently increasing. From 2021 to 2022, there was a 2.3% increase in the number of intimate partner violence priority one calls, which is significant. Intimate partner violence calls make the largest portion of our emergency response. The median response time for intimate partner violence calls is 10 minutes and 26 seconds. A deeper analysis of response times indicates that intimate partner violence calls take a longer time to dispatch, likely due to operational procedures that follow provincial protocols. So as the law changes, so does the time we're spending with callers soliciting the type of information that we're required to collect. And so the total calls or response times increase as a correspondence. Second, there's been an increase in the missing person calls that are now priority one calls. Those calls have longer response times, upwards of 12.4 minutes. The top three calls at the longest times on scene are sudden deaths, which account for more than 4 hours on average, sexual assaults, which is just over 3 hours for a response, and mental health act calls, which again are over 3 hours. These are complex calls and often involve other agencies that we must work with, and so much of these, some of the demand and time spent on calls may not be of our choosing. There's also been media attention related to 911 communications delays at some services. Durham Regional Police in 2022 answered 92.1% of all calls within 8 seconds. Roadway safety. We are starting to see roadway incidents move back to pre-pandemic numbers, with 2021 being a bit of an anomaly with the reduction in travel due to the pandemic. Unfortunately, we haven't had the same start to 2023 as we did last year with respect to fatalities. Incidents of property damage from motor vehicle accidents are similar to what we saw prior to 2021. Our traffic safety and divisional units continue to focus on targeted enforcement. Collectively, with the region, the work of Durham Vision Zero Task Force continues with a lens on enforcement and education. Violent crime. The rise in reported violent crime continues to be of concern. All crime categories continue to be above the 5-year average. In violent crime, serious assaults are trending lower, while simple assaults are moderately higher with longer-term averages. Sexual assault continues to trend significantly higher in this average, driving this average up. In terms of homicides, this chart shows homicides to date for this year compared to full year dates from the previous years. We currently have 6 homicide victims in the first quarter of 2023, almost on par with 2019. The homicides from 2019 to 2021 are for the entire year, as you will see there. As you can imagine, these require a lot of resources. The initial response as part of the many units have to attend as part of the initial investigation. In fact, front-end loading investigations helps produce better results in the end, and that's been proven in many other jurisdictions. Arrests have been made in 2 of the 5 cases. Now, I spoke about 6 homicides. We had a double homicide that occurred in Bowmanville this year, so there are 5 murder investigations, but 6 victims. And we have now issued a Canada-wide warrant for a suspect in the stabbing of 2 women in Oshawa that resulted in 1 death. The suspect in that has a lengthy and violent criminal past that's been well documented in the media, and it speaks to some of the challenges in terms of bail. Persons charged with firearm offenses. So far in 2023, we are relatively on par with the numbers of individuals charged with firearm offenses. We have seen just a slight decrease in those charges of people who are breaching existing court conditions, but we've been consistently over 20% over the last 5 years. Back in December, Chief Rollauer addressed a trend related to less discharges of firearms, but an increase in those injured and killed. That trend has continued in the first 2 months of 2023, with shootings and 2 people killed as a result. Of those arrested for firearm offenses this year, 22% are in breach of a court order condition, which should be of concern to everyone and follows the trend right across this province, if not this country. Vehicle thefts. Auto thefts continue to rise in the GTA. The chart shows the average daily auto thefts in the Durham region for each month. If we go back to 2019 to 2020, we were averaging below 2 auto thefts per day, and in some cases less than 1. Durham Regional Police Service was a participant in the 2023 Auto Theft Summit hosted by Peel Regional Police Service just recently. Actually, on March 10th, the summit was attended by representatives from 9 police services that have been most impacted by auto thefts in the GTA. During that summit, 3 strategic priorities were presented. They included enhanced enforcement, multi-jurisdictional collaboration, and raising public awareness. Our service has also appealed to the provincial and federal governments to invest in joint force units to track, disrupt, and prosecute those involved in organized auto thefts. We continue to educate and inform our residents of the work here in Durham to combat criminal offenses utilizing social media. Mental Health Act apprehensions. So far this year, we've seen a slight decrease in the number of Mental Health Act apprehensions compared to 2022. But our numbers are still high when we look at previous years. It's unclear what might be behind the slight decline, but we have launched the Crisis Call Diversion Program that was created to with the hope to reduce the need for police interventions. The program diverts non-emergency calls to a clinician and connects people with much-needed mental health supports and services. This is something we will continue to monitor and work with our community partners to address. I will now turn it over to my friend, Chief Rollauer, for the next 2 slides. So.
Oops. Thank you, Chief. I can't tell you how great it is to say that. So my next 2 slides are really in response to 2 questions that were asked at my last presentation by Councillor Lee. One was with respect to our 4-point plan, and the first slide here is with respect to hate crime. I would like to thank the eagle eye of Councillor Wu, who identified a numerical issue with this. If you look on the chart, the slide or the number with mischief graffiti should be 32. And the one right below it, police information, should be at number 2. But the bottom line of the totals is accurate. So in 2022, there was a slight increase in the number of reported hate crime incidents compared to the previous year with 46. And that was both for 2020 and 2021. Of the 46, however, 5 of these incidents were reported as separate occurrences. However, they all stemmed from the same incident. So when considering this, the number of recorded separate incidents is actually 41. And this would then indicate, obviously, a very slight decrease in the number of reported hate crimes when we compare to 42 back in 2021 and 2020. The majority of the reported hate crime incidents in 2022 involved mischief to property and graffiti. These types of incidents present significant difficulties, obviously, in the investigation, as generally they lack witnesses or video footage to assist our investigators with identifying those responsible. Many of these incidents occur when the victims are not present, and they are reported by members of our community who observe it or when they come across it. Next slide, please. Also, perhaps a little bit longer slide, but I also want to, this was asked at the last meeting I had, or last update, so it was with respect to our 4-point plan. There were obviously 4 separate identifiers here. So with respect to the first one regarding race-based data collection, the results of the 2021 data will be published internally and externally in April of 2023. The Solicitor General has also released a new form for the collection of race-based data in the use of force interactions with police officers, and that launches in January of 2024. This new form will reduce the time it takes to analyze this data, and the results should be more expeditious when we report, all police services report on race-based data with respect to use of force interactions. In the second quarter of this year, we will enter phase 1 of the expansion of race-based data collection to calls for service outside of the use of force interactions. And this phase will include pulling data for our mental health apprehensions. Due to the unfortunate circumstances that I have spoken about surrounding the launch of our initial demographic survey, we had to relaunch the demographic survey on February 16th of this year. Obviously, we put expanded controls over its completion as a result of the previous issues we had. Members will be required to use computer work this time to complete the survey, and the results will be available early in April this year. So as part of the development of our new strategic plan, an internal member survey was sent out as well in early January. The survey results have recently closed. All in total, 690 members completed that survey, and results will be communicated internally and externally in April. Regarding our annual training with respect to anti-racism, anti-Black racism, and bystander intervention, I'm extremely proud that in April of 2022, 24 members became certified active bystander for law enforcement ABLE, and they're instructors now. As of today, approximately 23 sessions have been delivered to more than 350 Durham Regional Police members. In 2022, we also launched a speaker series, and to date, we've had 8 events, an average of 50 members attending per session. The speakers invited have presented on a variety of topics, including anti-racism, anti-Black racism, and other areas under the banner of equity and inclusion. Members of our Equity Inclusion Unit have reviewed a number of anti-racism training programs and have identified 2 to bring forward to our executive leadership team in April to mark as a mandatory training for all members of our service. The Equity Inclusion Unit also developed and delivered modules in the OACP Professional Standards Training course, the Staff Sergeant Orientation Program, and the Coach Officer course. This is part of the first stage of a larger strategy to incorporate EDI principles into each of the trainings that we own and that we control. And we are working with our Diversity Advisory Committee regarding community participation in recruit interviews and anticipate recommendations to come forward to our executive leadership team in May this year. We have already made some changes to the recruitment process based on community input, which included removal of some financial barriers, which included paying for the TNT certificate and some pre-application first aid requirements. We're also working on a weighted matrix to evaluate responses to questions in the pre-background questionnaire stage that provide room for a wider subjectivity. Mr. Chair, that concludes my remarks, and I am happy to answer any questions you or the, I was going to say board, out of habit, but you or the members of council may have.
So thank you, Chief. There are a number of members of council wishing to ask questions. Can I ask that you address it to who you want to address it to, whether it be our chief, or the chair of the board? Chief or chair of the board. First in the box is Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Chair. This is, I think, to Chief Morera first, actually. So first things first, congratulations on the promotion. You know, it's great to have a local chief, and, you know, you have an extended history. So I think one of your first questions is ultimately, you saw the 4-point plan, and you actually have a lot of experience in Toronto police addressing systemic racism. Is there any plans in the future? And I know you're probably like, 1 weekend right now, so I don't expect the world. But is there anything we can be, anything we can be adding, adapting that you learned in Toronto that could be applied to Durham region to increase the relations between our racialized community?
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you for the question. There's certainly I have a lot of experience in this area, that's for sure. What I wanted to do is actually sit down with everyone from the team, and I'm slowly starting to have those conversations. Started yesterday, and it's definitely something that I'm going to see where I can add value. I think the plan, as I've read it and reviewed it, is very sound. I think it gets us to where we want to go, and I'm going to see where I can add value to it. And I would report back here to Regional Council on any changes or modifications we're making. I know that in meeting many of the people who have worked on this 4-point plan, they're amongst the most dedicated people that I've ever met, and extremely engaged in this area. And what I've heard so far, I really like, and I'm hoping to review that with them. And
great. And you know, this is I thank you, Chief Roller, for the update. It was it's very heartening to see the advances we've made since 2020 when this plan kind of was initiated. One gap I'm noticing though is we're not really seeing much in terms of advancement of racialized officers within the force. You know, anybody with eyes can see. You know, currently our executive, our higher office is a lot of white males, and that's not to say there's anything wrong with that. But again, I think our community would love to see more advancement of racialized, female, etc.
Yeah, and I don't disagree, but I think the reality is to achieve higher levels comes with experience and time on, and I think right now we are a reflection of 25, 30 years ago. I think 25 to 30 years from now, and quite frankly, a lot sooner, you will see a change in demographics. You will see more females. You will see more diversity within the upper ranks. But I think the reality is when you look across this province, we are a reflection of 25 to 30 years ago.
Right.
And the reality is it was mostly white males applying at that time. But things will change, and I'm 100% confident of that.
Perfect. And then back to Chief Murrah. You had mentioned a crisis response team. And we're seeing it across Peel region. I know Toronto has something like this. Can you kind of expand on what Durham region will do in terms of crisis response? Because the stats show we're seeing you said 3 hours, I think, on average for a mental health call, and not all of them, I think, I would guess, I'm not an expert, would actually require a police response. Can we start diverting some resources to this crisis response team, freeing up our officers to deal with these serious crimes?
Yeah, maybe. I think that the reality, though, is it's a very complex issue. And when we are talking about mental health, what sometimes get lulled into that sense that one group can do it all. And that's really not the way the legislation is written. First, the Mental Health Act really puts the onus on the police, which I think is one of the areas that this organization and every police organization has been trying to address. The second issue is that even when a crisis intervention team is deployed, they're rarely the only unit there. When you start looking at the police becoming engaged, there are a number of other groups that could have probably prevented that from happening in the first place, that proactive work, that upstream work. And it's not a matter of funding either or. I think both must be funded and find that medium that produces the best outcomes for people in crisis. Certainly by the time the police are called, there's an acute level of crisis. And these things are often complex. In terms of the amount of time that we're spending on these calls, the officers are taking the time that they need in order to achieve the best outcomes, not always apprehensions, but connecting them to other services as well. Obviously, the capacity for those other service agencies to take on more work is always a challenge. Capacity is a challenge for every organization. And I think it's a nuanced conversation about mental health. I think what we really need to do is be thoughtful and the police should be engaged only in the most serious events. How we get there is a topic that's being tackled by every organization, every police organization across this province, if not Canada. And I look forward to being part of that. I'm learning more about the program here, exactly how it works, and diving into these stats. Unfortunately, my 5 days here, I haven't been able to tackle that issue, and that's a very large issue, but certainly something that this organization I know pays a great deal of attention to, and it's reported in this way because it's central to how the police service operates.
So you're saying in 5 days you haven't solved the mental health crisis? Come on. No,
I just need one more day, sir.
Yeah. My last question actually connected to mental health, and I brought this up at the finance meeting, and Chief Rollauer kind of explained. But currently, we're asking for 20 new frontline officers, and then I believe the plan is another 20 going forward. And then my question also was, I think, Chief, you said we had about 40 to 60 people on medical leave or long-term leave. And, I noticed in your budget plan, there's not. Are we investing more money to bring these people back? They're fully trained. We don't have to, get them back. I understand there's more nuance, like you said, to get them back, but shouldn't that be the priority? As opposed to constantly hiring 20 new that eventually could go on medical leave. What can we do to bring those people back? What can we do to invest more money into bringing those people back?
And I believe the CIO during the Finance Committee talked about that, about the over 20 programs. And again, I'm extremely proud of the CIO and our department that are putting on their health and wellness unit. Over 20 programs and we're always looking at other programs to build resiliency, to fix individuals not fix, that's probably a bad terminology, but to encourage people and work with them to get them back to work. Policing is a hard job. You see the worst humanity has to offer. You see things that probably no human being should see. And from time to time, that weighs heavily on our members. And I think it's not just policing. I know EMS as well and our fire colleagues across this province, it's a challenge. We're not blind to that. And as a police service, we are looking at internally what we can do better. And we're also working with our colleagues across this province to see if there is any innovative ways. But we want our members back because I truly believe the sooner they come back, the sooner they'll get better. But it is a complex issue working with our association, who are great partners. It's certainly not a criticism. It's working with medical practitioners who are diagnosing and who are the experts in this. So we're doing all we can, but it's the reality of policing right now. It's the reality of emergency response. but they're staffing their individuals not coming to work. And the reality is we're asking those coming to work to carry on extra workload,
Right.
and they're doing it. And I'm extremely proud of those coming to work, picking up the workload for that, or those that are at home trying to get better.
Thank you very much, Chief Lawler. Thank you very much for your service. Thank you for all the questions you've answered, Chief Morera. Looking forward to working with you. Enjoy being part of the team. Chair, those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Mayor Schumer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, and I want to thank everybody for bringing this presentation to us. And Councillor Lee did address the one question I had, but I've got another question regarding the stats. So I'm not sure who wants to answer this. So much of course, of what DRP does as far as allocating resources and what have you is based on the stats, based on the reporting. And I've been pushing our residents to do that reporting. There's just so much unofficial reporting that goes on. It doesn't make it to the police, which is not going to solve the problems. With respect to the stats, can you speak to, and I know this is difficult, but can you speak to how much of the changes in the stats might be a result of actual increased reporting?
Yeah, I don't know. I think Vidal, do you have that information? Like, have we seen an increase in reporting? Like, in a way, if there's an increase in calls for service, but I don't have the stats. I think overall, it's with an increasing population as a police service, we're obviously seeing more reports coming in. I think that's to be expected.
Yeah, I know it's a tough question because how do you know how much unreported crime is going on? But I guess maybe I could ask this question: the online reporting that you have, which is fantastic, which a lot of people still don't realize is there. How is that volume going? Is that seen a significant uptick in people realizing that mechanism for reporting is available?
I believe so. We have a number of venues through our regional reporting center and our CopLogic where people can go online and report crime. So we have noticed an increase in the reporting in that area. I think the truth is people like when there's a crime, it's important to them, and and I hate to minimize any type of crime, but a vehicle entry isn't the crime of the century, but people, when it's their vehicle, I appreciate that it's important to them and they would like a police officer. There's a sense of security of having a human being, a police officer going to investigate that. But the reality is we're trying to modernize our police service and incidents like that. And I hope our residents understand that those calls for service that we don't have to, we're encouraging our residents to do it online and to have our officers available to respond to those higher priority calls. But we're always trying to educate our community to understand kind of the positions we're in now and encourage when possible, if it's appropriate, if there's no evidence that these types of reports ought to be reported online or through the telephone through our regional reporting center.
Okay, well, thank you very much, and I would encourage that is increased as far as making people aware of how easy it is to actually report a crime, regardless of the level of it, because so many people will easily go online and post something on social media when they can do the exact same thing through the DRPS website and actually report it and get it logged. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next is Councillor Imada.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, gentlemen, for being here this morning. You made reference to the Peel Region Summit. What best practices can you speak to that came out of that summit? Because when I take a look at the stats here, we are seeing an increase of average daily car thefts. And we do, I know from myself and other members of Whitby Council, we hear about it in our community.
Yes, thank you. So that is a crime, and sadly, again, I'm not minimizing, but it's a property crime, and I'm not sure we're looking at it because as appropriately as we should as a community, as a police services, and as the judiciary as well. we met. It was on the 10th, the 9 police services, and we talked about one is that it's about enforcement initiatives locally. What are we doing as police services to do local initiatives? But I think the biggest one, it was the second one was a task force, not just a provincial task force, but this is a national with the number of ports within our available ports within our country. Vehicles are being stolen mostly from Toronto and Oshawa and Durham and on GTA, and they're going to Montreal. So we can't just have a provincial task force and think we're going to have a significant impact. So we have to collect as a policing entity to have an impact. And one is the other piece is the education. We have to let, and from my perspective, those that are perpetrating these crimes know that if you're going to come to Durham Region, we're going to find you. We're not going to leave any stone unturned. And I think individually as police services, we're doing that, but the message isn't going out as a province, as a unified collective group. So as a group, we've committed to working with each other in terms of communicating. So if Peel has an arrest, a significant arrest, it's incumbent on Durham Regional Police to put that out as well, to support our colleagues as well. But fundamentally, it's funding. We need our provincial government to step up, and we need our federal government to step up, because this task force is going to cost money. And we're talking about budget today, policing budget. I know it's 6.09. That's for staffing. It doesn't take into account a task force. So we need our provincial and federal partners to step up and allocate money. If this is important to them, they need to support policing agencies, because we simply don't have the funds to fund a significant resource to have a significant impact on this type of crime.
So then, understanding that we need more money, and I know we'll be able to lobby, and I know from the fact that we've hired Strategy Corp and things like that, then we've got a wing that we can advocate for these resources. Now, car baiting, I've read about it. I've heard that there's other municipalities within Ontario and the country that use it. Is that something that we could examine here at DRPS?
So car bait?
Car baiting, yeah. The car bait program, they have it out in Cornwall, I believe.
Yeah, and I think the chief wants to say something. I know, dating myself, but back in 1993, it was called Project Combat, and we had car baits. We had it parked out front, and it sat there for 3 hours running with the keys in the ignition, and nobody took it. So, but yeah, and Deputy Birch, we have worked with our insurance bureaus about that strategy. So it's something we're talking about, but I'll turn it over to Chief Moreira.
Thank you. It's a great question. What comes first, the chicken or the egg? Is it response? Working in is to log manufacturers. There's a technology solution to some of this, to target harden the cars that are out there right now with convenience. Not only is it convenient for us to walk up and our car's already unlocked and the lights are illuminated and everything, but there's information that's being exchanged, and that's the information that these organized crime groups, and that's what this is, organized crime, that is doing this. Rarely is it a crime of opportunity like the big car is, and that's probably why it didn't have the success back in '93. This is stealing to order, and I think the solution is many different components, including the lobbying of the manufacturers to improve the security features within a car to defeat the very method that the perpetrators use to gain access to these cars.
Thank you. So, understanding that police forces no longer use street checks or carding, I've heard of offender-focused policing. Is that something that we use today, and how successful have we been? Because when I take a look at these violent crime year-to-date stats, we're only through the first few months of 2023. So
understanding that we want to see these numbers go down and ensure that we're building a community that's safe for everyone. What can we do to ensure that we're lowering these numbers?
So we, and I think Chief Murray talked a little bit about it through Project Tundra. That was focused about wanted individuals, but was led by our offender management unit. And that's their primary task, is to keep tabs on those individuals in our community who are parole, federal parole, provincial parole, those on released on serious crimes. But I can tell you there's more of those individuals living in our community than we employ police officers. So we have, and through Deputy Mariano's leadership, each of our divisions, part of their strategic plan is to compliance check. So we know where these individuals live. We're using analytics. Officers can pull that up on their screen. We know where they live. We know the conditions on them. And quite frankly, I think it's appropriate policing that we're not knocking on the same door every night. I think that's not appropriate, but we can track when we've been to the houses, if they've been home, if they're compliant. So we're doing reasonable checks, but that is a focus that Joe has led for many years now, but we are doing it to our best of ability. And with the sexual offender registry, there's we have to interact with them. There's a specific legislative that we have to do that with specific individuals. But beyond that, we are out there doing all we can to, would I like to do more? Probably, but I might need 20 or 25 more officers to do that. But yeah, we're on top of it. It's an ongoing issue. And I don't know if Chief Mayor has any further thoughts on
just to, and I'm not sure if this has ever been spoken about, but Bill C-75 certainly changed the landscape in terms of what constitutes bail and the conditions that the Crown can ask for, seek, which has impacted which people may be out on bail, but there's nothing that we can actually enforce, or the bails are written in such a way, the judiciary releases somebody in a way that provides many different avenues for the person not to be, within their home or other abiding by other conditions. Makes it very, very difficult for any police agency to find somebody breaching. So it's again, there's not one solution to this. I think it's a combination of solutions. But I can tell you, even my short time with this organization, I was impressed. Thoroughly impressed with Project Tundra and the work that's been done and the emphasis that this organization has placed on leveraging technology to put officers in the right place at the right time to check on the right kinds of offenders.
Thank you. And my last question, understanding today that we'll be passing a budget, looking at hires into the future, how are we going to ensure that they are more diverse? Because I live in North Whitby, and it is a very diverse area, especially when you get north of Taunton Road, south of the 407, where I live. So I want to ensure that we're building a community where the officers are going to look more like the people they serve, and understanding that in your new role, working to get to know that community, we need to ensure that the community feels safe with the officers that are being in front of them. Thank you.
So last year I had a priority. I think I suspect Peter's going to support that and carry it on, but it's two pieces. There's recruiting and there's hiring. I think we have to do a better job, and the CAO will get up and talk about all the work we've done. I'm very proud of the work that's been accomplished, but we have to recruit. We have to be out there in our communities recruiting, making Durham Regional Police an employer of choice, encouraging all community members to apply, and then we have to hire the right people. And they have, like we've talked about a little bit earlier, about you have to have resilience. You have to have the right competencies to be a police officer nowadays. It's very challenging. It's very hard. So we have to get people to apply. That's the recruiting piece. And then once they're in the door, we have to hire the right people. And we're doing all we can. One, to break down any barriers, systemic barriers that might be in place. But I'll turn it over to CAO to just talk about some specifics that we've done over the past year.
Thank you, Chiefs. and thanks for the question. Look at it from two perspectives. The first perspective is the here and the now. What are we doing? A lot of effort and time has gone in by the recruiting team and the people of the organization to increase the applicant pool. And so what we've seen in Durham in 2022 is an applicant base in terms of that filled out the survey around demographics. 50+% came from racialized backgrounds. Now, we do recognize that the hiring didn't match that. We are a little over 35% in terms of ultimately what the hires are. There's more work going into that to identify, okay, what is it? We know it's not barriers in the formal process because we've involved the community and other experts around looking at a process to make sure it's barrier-free. But there are other challenges that we're going to investigate and look for that evidence. So progress being made there, a lot of effort and a lot of energy. We're going to continue that. So we're seeing progress and success to a certain extent. The other piece we're doing is the future, and we've been doing it now. This will be the hopefully fifth chief that supports what is a really proactive program and a program that represents what the Durham community is going to look like in terms of demographics. And if you were here on Saturday, we had the CAN conference for the youth and policing, and I appreciate several of the councillors did attend. 200 youth, and when you look at those youth represent what Durham region will look like in terms of the demographic and the makeup, highly engaged, highly energized, and looking for assistance as they make their journey on their path. So I think the organization, the DRPS through the chiefs, has committed to doing two things: an eye in today and what we're doing to impact it, and we're seeing some results. Still not good enough. We're going to continue to work on it, and an eye in the future, and we're seeing incredible results. And for those that are available this evening at 6 p.m., we have our graduation for our most recent class of youth and policing grads, and it's an incredible sign of what this region is going to be, and also to support the region. The Police Services Board and the chiefs have given the organization and the youth of our community. So thanks for the question. I hope that answers it.
Next is Councillor Pickles.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chiefs. A couple questions for the chiefs. We saw the stats on homicides in Durham region. Do you have any idea as to per capita compared to our other adjacent regional municipalities in Toronto, how that compares, and if our actual per capita is on an increase or not, and if not, I'm happy to follow up with you afterwards. Sometimes residents ask me about that in that context.
Well, I don't have those stats right now. I can tell you that Toronto is either at 10 or 11 now with the latest murder that they've had. So, we're at 6, which is obviously concerning for, we're a quarter of the size. And so that's obviously concerning. Again, in my short time here with the organization, I haven't been able to speak to our homicide unit, but I did actually talk about this very issue this morning as one of the to-dos that I have in terms of better understanding the factors that are impacting our homicide numbers, which is, of course, of concern. But equally of concern is those offenses, such as the serious assaults that seem to be increasing, and the relative age of what are really young people involved in this kind of activity, which is, of course, very concerning. So all of these things I hope to report back here at some future meeting.
And I have seen that some of the homicides, maybe perhaps you can comment, but some of the homicides, often when you get the criminals, they do tend to be sometimes from adjacent municipalities and not necessarily from Durham.
Border knows no crime, or crime knows no borders. Actually, is how I should say that. Okay. No, that's absolutely true, and that's why it's so important. Not unlike the car theft summit that we had, that police services are cooperating each and every day. And I can tell you that even in my short time, I've already spoken to many of our specialized units that are doing exactly that, engaged in multi-jurisdictional investigations. And it really does improve not only the quality of life here within our region, but right across Ontario, which benefits all of us.
Okay. Question about missing persons. I was asked, what period of time does it qualify to be a missing person that the police would act on it? And part of the concern I heard was a resident had indicated that they found somebody wandering the street, that sort of knocked on their door, but if they're not missing for a certain period of time, it doesn't necessarily get reported. It was my view that police would probably take into consideration whether the person suffered from a mental health issue or dementia in adjusting that time frame. Can you speak to that?
I will try. My colleagues here will hit me over the head if I am not getting all of this right. But there is no time delay. So if somebody was intended to be somewhere and that there is some circumstance, and again, all these cases are fact specific, they can be reported missing, and the police will obviously triage that as they see fit. And there's a number of things that are applied to it. Certainly, when you think about the age of the person missing, the vulnerability, say, somebody who's perhaps an older adult or very young in age, somebody with a learning disability or some disability of some sort. Obviously, all of these things factor into the resources that we bring to bear. And yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm glad to hear that, and I'll pass that along. I did think that was probably the case. With respect to bail, it's a very topical subject, and we've spoken here a bit about it today. So I'll ask you the question, and then perhaps, Mr. Chair, if I can ask the board or Chair Collier, would you like to see some bail requirements tightened up? And then the question for the chair would be, is the chair of the board recommending that the board take a position, or that us as council take a position through a motion to present to higher levels of government?
So we have done that. We have authored through our police services board a number of letters, both to federal and provincial governments. Unfortunately, from time to time, most often not, we don't hear a response back. But I know police services, Niagara particularly, supported our letter that we sent. They responded back to our local government. But I know Chair Henry has been a strong advocate, both federally and provincially, and has been very vocal about his position. It's quite honestly, and I got 3 days left. I'm not speaking. We have to decide what we want to be as a society. I think enough letters have been written. I think enough messages have been sent. I think, and that's not just individual police services. It's the OACP and the CACP have been quite vocal on this. And I don't know what another letter can say. I don't know what another letter could do. It's time for, and I know there's discussions going on provincially and federally. But from a policing perspective, I'm tired of having to talk about police officers killed. I'm tired of our officers responding to homicide scenes where people are killed, particularly from people who have been released. It's time for action. And I'm not sure I have the magic wand to figure that piece out, but there has to be some change that happens. That's what do we want to be as a society. So it falls on all of us, not police services, not elected officials, but us as good citizens and residents of communities. We have to start having a stronger voice to make change.
Well, thank you. And I don't know if it would help or not, but if the board were interested in having a supportive motion from this council, I'd be happy to bring that forward. But I think that's a discussion for another day. So thank you very much. I'm hoping whatever the chief wasn't able to solve in his first 5 days, you'll be able to solve in your last 3. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next in the request to speak is Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Chiefs and Councillor. Thank you for your service, and you've always been accommodating. Whenever I needed something, I reach out to you. I hear back within the hour. So thank you so much for that. You alluded to the fact that you have reduced the barriers for, especially for minority communities, financial barriers, so that they can apply. Is it going to stop there? Are you going to try and reduce the burden some more? Not you, maybe the incoming chief.
Well, yeah, I think it's probably because, like I said, I got less than 36 hours of working time left. But what I will say is that certainly from today and previous time, we're always looking at to be better. We're always looking at if there's barriers that are prohibiting individuals, good people that could be quality individuals working for this organization. If we can do anything to help assist hiring, and I'll let Chief Marrero talk about his vision for the future. But yes, I know we've done that in the past. That if there's something we can do to break down barriers, we're always looking internally at ourselves where we can do better. And I think there's opportunities. I've never said we have a perfect organization. I don't think there's a perfect organization. I think regional council always can be improved. I think fire services, police, and I think there's always opportunity for improvement, and we're always looking inward. But I'll turn it over to the chief to give his thoughts on the future.
Well, I want to echo what you've said, Chief O'Leary. We are always looking as an organization to improve in this respect. This is a challenge that's facing organizations right across Ontario. One of the things is that policing in general is seeing a decrease in the number of applicants that it's receiving. Policing is been very topical, and there's a lot of criticism there. Certainly the murders of police officers hasn't helped in terms of attracting people to our profession, which will have impacts certainly down the road. But one of the areas and one of my goals here is to build trust and improve communications both internally and externally. And I think not unlike the question that was asked about reported crime, and I think it was the mayor from Scugog asked the question, the better our programs, the more approachable we are, people are going to report to us. The better we are in communicating and our own members being recruiters at every single call they go to, people can see themselves in that uniform and that we truly reflect the community we serve, will improve also our applicant pool and encourage people to join our organization from all communities. And so I think that, again, there's not one solution. I think there's a number of things we're doing, and I'm absolutely committed to working to eliminate any barrier to joining our organization and to attracting and making this the place that people choose to live out a career.
Thank you. I usually have a
Councillor, you turn your microphone on.
Oh, sorry. My colleagues have beaten me to it, Councillor Lee and Councillor Yamada. But I'll follow up. I know that Councillor Lee touched on we don't see any minorities in the higher up ranks of the force. I know it's different in Toronto, so I am sure you will have some new perspective to bring to us to make that happen.
Again, part of this is the development internally of all of our members and an emphasis. And we've already conversations yesterday with Deputy Bertram about training courses and identifying the future leaders within the organization and making executive training courses available to increase the number of people that would be eligible to be within those senior ranks. So I'm very much committed to that.
So I'll just end on this, Chair. I got a call a couple of weeks ago from the mayor of Peterborough, and he was so enthused that they hired their first black officer. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Shahid.
Thank you so much. Through you, Chair Henry. I'd like to say that I really enjoyed the change of command, and it was such a beautiful opportunity to hear both of you speak. There was a bit of emotions of both laughter and sadness, so it was both enjoyed. Thank you so much, and I'm looking forward to work with Chief Marrero on a number of things. I also want to mention the fact that the CAN conference was fantastic. Over 180 kids right here in this chamber was beautiful. And I just saw smiles and engagement and so many amazing things that were happening, and collaboration was fantastic. So thank you for hosting, and I'm looking forward to attend many more of those. I'm looking also forward to attend the graduation ceremony, and the amount of diverse children or kids, youth that were here, not in diverse of how they look like, but also their ability was just amazing. So thank you so much for that. I absolutely do enjoy it. that there are two things that came up in the last few weeks and during my door knocking for the time in the fall election. And I just wanted, Councillor Yamada did touch on it, but I have a few more questions in terms of the upticks of car thefts. Not only in, that I spoke with residents while door knocking, but a continuous phone calls that we get of them feeling lost and so unsafe in their neighborhood. And I know that there was a Peel Regional, forum or symposium or something like that. Is there something that we can host in Durham Region? And I know that I did attend the other event of Speak Up, and I saw that many people were engaged, but car thefts were not really talked about, or at least not when I was there. Is there something you'd like to host here where residents can attend and find some sort of solution or some sort of a thing that the police is working on it and so on and so forth?
No, thank you for the question. So we did participate in the event in Peel Region, and members of this organization did attend. And in terms of the local outreach, I think that is something that every division throughout the region is engaged in, educating the community. If this particular subject of auto thefts usually comes up in the context of a broader conversation about crime and disorder, most of the meetings that I've attended, there's a wide range of topics that are important to people. This is something that's emerging right now and continues to challenge us. And education is definitely one of the components, and one of the takeaways from that summit that was held, and certainly something I know because I've retweeted it and shared it, is something that our corporate communications has been engaged in providing information to our communities. And so I will ensure that our local divisional commanders are engaging their community in this very specific topic in the broad range of topics that they regularly meet with their community. But it's an important topic right now.
Thank you so much, because that's one thing that I hear so often, that it's redundant. It shouldn't be. I mean, there should be something that we could do. And I know it's more of an investigation. It's a gang-related thing.
Counselor, I'm
So
sorry
thank
to
you.
interrupt,
I will
but
stop rambling.
questions only.
Really
And
appreciate it. So my next question, thank you, Chair Henry, is on wait time. So while I was on my ride along, there was an incident that a young child was taken to the hospital, and I heard from the police officer who was with me on the fact that the police is still there because of the wait time. So again, this is a provincial matter, but is there something being done in terms of advocacy on that?
Do you want to talk about the hospitals?
Yeah, I think Peter will have maybe add on to this, but yeah, I think, and certainly I have an incredible amount of respect for our healthcare services, the doctors, the nurses, all the staffing at the hospitals. They're overworked. I know they are. But from a selfish perspective, yeah, I want police officers back on the road doing their job and spending time in the hospitals, waiting for a patient to be triaged. And I respect everyone's illness, and I know sometimes we think we need to get it back on the street, but sometimes there's sicker people. We have to have that appreciation. But I know we are having the dialogues with our healthcare providers, and they know our concerns, and I know they're doing all they can. But I want them to do more, because I want our police officers. They're in the hospitals too long. And I don't know what the solution is. It's not my swimming lane to be in, to give them recommendations on how to get us out there sooner. But the reality is there has to be a change. I'll leave that with the experts that have to do that. But yeah, police officers need to be on the streets serving and protecting, and patients need to be admitted so they can get the health care. And sitting with a police officer is not the ideal state. But I don't know if Peter has anything we should add.
Just that this is a prime example of where some upstream intervention might prevent that crisis from happening in the first place and reducing that need for the police officer to attend. So following up on making sure people are taking their medications and that they have the next appointments, supporting people within their homes and community-based with a deliberate community-based focus may prevent us from having to be in that hospital at all. And so I think, again, it's not any one solution. I think there's a combination of things that as a society we must invest in and appreciate and have the courage to change.
Thank you so much. My last question through you, Chair Henry, is again a provincial matter, but I had a chat with some police officers regarding landlord-tenant issues and the amount of police is called in through 911 or non-emergency line. Again, what I want to understand is the fact that this is a provincial matter. It becomes policing matter, and how are we juggling with that?
That's a great question. I could stand here all day and tell you the number of calls we go to that
No, don't do that.
people snow blowing and blowing snow on sidewalk or blowing leaves onto another neighbor's. Like, it's the amount of neighbor disputes, landlord tenant disputes. I could go on and on. That really aren't a policing matter, but the reality is, where do those calls go? Who's going to take that when a landlord is having an issue with a tenant or a tenant is having an issue with a landlord? It's quite frankly, it's the police. I know there's the sheriff's department, they can go, but that's cumbersome. It's work. It's time. If somebody needs immediate assistance, they're calling. And we talked a little earlier about police response. Like, that really has no impact on crime prevention. That has no impact on crime severity, weighted clearance rate. It has nothing to do with crime, but the police are responding to that. So if you have a solution to it, I know I don't. Maybe Peter has a magic wand in his office that he's going to pull out. But those are the types of calls that Peter's talked about, and that from a community piece, we need to get together and talk about is sending a police to that the most appropriate. If there's no violence, no threats, no crime involved, sending the police officers to those types of calls, I think sometimes makes the situation worse. So I honestly don't have an answer for you. I would like to see another entity go in there, a mediator of some sort, to try to resolve those issues and not have the police officers attend to those. So I don't know if Peter has anything he wants to add.
Not add in terms of solutions, because I think you captured the frustration that exists. But the only thing I'll add is that the landlord-tenant board hasn't been sitting. There's massive delays. Many of these things in courts are triaged, and the involvement of the police actually, makes the case move along a little faster and gives quicker results. And so we're used as sort of a part of an overall strategy. I'm not suggesting for a minute that all cases are like this, but that's definitely one of the contributing causes. And I think that there's a whole system review here of how these things are managed, and we're not the right people to be engaged in that work. And thank you for recognizing that.
Yeah, I do recognize that. I think that's another advocacy piece. Thank you, Chair Henry. Really appreciate it, and thank you again for coming out today.
Okay, our last in the request is Councillor Crawford.
I'm so sorry. Intimate partner violence. Is it gone up so high that now it's classified in its own? I don't recall hearing reporting on that just in that specific category.
I don't know how it was.
And I'm sorry, I was distracted. I didn't hear the numbers when you were talking about it. So if you could give me those numbers again, I appreciate it.
So we've had the domestic violence. We've changed the name of the unit. So it was the domestic violence unit. Now it's the intimate partner. There has been an increase. We've noticed an increase in that, and I don't know that we've really driven down into the understanding why. Like, we're always doing that analysis work as to why. I am glad. I'm not glad there's more domestic violence. What I'm glad is that when domestic violence occurs, if people have the courage and strength and confidence to come forward to this organization to report it. So I am hopeful that there's not more domestic violence going on with our communities. I'm hoping there's more people reporting it so we can intervene and address it. And
that has been the problem in the past, right? People are too embarrassed to report.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's very personal, and I can't imagine. But Peter, it's a 2.3% increase in priority one calls. We've also recognized. We've changed our dispatch model, so we've prioritized them a little differently. So, and there's a lot of questions that our dispatchers ask as well to identify which type of priority it is.
And I don't know if you can answer this, but when you go to that call, how much of it is a mental illness call? or is the violence already happened? Like, can you not? You can't tell
I
at that
think
moment.
overall, I think we're around 25% of our calls, perhaps a little bit higher, have some element. Specifically with this type of call, I don't have that data. I don't know if we've ever looked at that data. Certainly, that's something we can see if it's identified. But I think 25 to 30% of our overall calls have some mental health component to it.
Okay, thank you. Again, I really appreciate all of your service. Welcome aboard. Look forward to really working with you in the future. Thanks.
Okay, that exhausts members of council. So, Chief, I have two questions for you. One is, I know you collect lots of data related to car thefts, but can you tell me the number of cars that have been stolen in driveways where the car wasn't parked in the garage? And do we track that?
Parked in the garage?
So the cars are stolen from the driveway. If the car could have been parked in the garage, do we reference whether there is an actual garage at the house?
Yeah, I think that would be captured within the report itself, but I don't have that data, nor do I think anyone behind me would have that specific data right now, but it's certainly possible to extract that.
Yeah, I would just be curious to know that garages tend to be used for other things than parking cars, and it seems to be so simple that if you parked your car in your garage, the deterrent would be less. Second question, Chief. As I sometimes give you questions that you may not want to answer, or Chief, on the number of hours of officers' time that is spent looking after decisions of the judicial system where we need police supervision. Do we track the hours and do we build back the justice system for those officers' time? Because really it's not part of what we do. It's a decision of another level of government. And I'm wondering if it's possible to capture those costs back, because it is budget day and budgets are an interesting thing.
Well, that's certainly very innovative, and I wouldn't personally be opposed to that, but I will let our board is here, and it's actually their budget. So, I think, so the answer to the question is, I think we can get that data with the time amount, like we do capture that. And again, I don't have it in front of me. Billing it back, I know that has never been done, but
well, I would have no problem with our municipality being the first municipality to invoice the government for costs related to court-ordered supervision. And it's a topic that needs to be discussed. The amount of officers' time, energy, and frustration related to that file and the additional burden put onto the taxpayers for decisions that really are outside of our realm. So if you put it together, I'll mail it in.
I will talk to our board.
Okay.
Or Chief Morero.
So, Chief, I want you to know you got 35 hours left. We expect, it's actually not 35 hours because you're really on call 24 hours a day.
Yeah.
So you have 2.5 days left.
Well, I was going to ask the vice chair if I could take the lunch at the end of shift and a couple hours off tomorrow and the Friday.
But on behalf of council, for your time serving our community in all aspects, from cadet to chief, we want to say thank you, and we wish you everything that you dream in retirement. And I hope that you get your house painted sometime in the not too distant future. So, members, council, I know we don't have clapping in the chambers, but if you would join me. Oh, yeah.
Thank you. I will, if you'll indulge me, Chair Henry, and I've said this a lot of times recently, is I feel very grateful to have achieved my childhood dream. I am grateful and honored to have done that with the Durham Regional Police, giving a chance on a teenager 2 months out of high school. And then certainly the last 2.5 years, and like I said, I've said this a number of times, I've had a front row seat watching the incredible work the men and women of this organization do each and every day. And certainly as a senior leader, I've worked with council, and while we may have different views on things from time to time, I think rooted is our collective commitment to our community. So I am grateful for all the work that our council does to make Durham Region a great place it is. And I probably will catch the odd time, tune into regional council, maybe at budget time and from time to time the board meetings. But thank you. I'm so proud of this community and all the work that our councilors do to make it great. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, were we able to connect with Ms. Redden.
She's going to reschedule the future meeting.
So, members of council, the Durham Whitby Hospice is going to reschedule to a future meeting. Members of council, we'll move on to 5.4. It will be our CAO, Elaine Baxter-Traherne, and Nancy Taylor, Commissioner of Finance, and Nicole Pincombe, Director of Business Planning and Budgets, read the Property Tax Supported Business Plans and Budgets 2023 F8 and 2023 F9. When you're ready.
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of council. Good morning. So as Chair Henry mentioned, Nancy Taylor and Nicole Pincombe will be joining me this morning in presenting the 2023 budget, business plans and budgets. I want to thank Nancy, Nicole and their team, as well as all of the department heads and their team for the work in developing this year's budget. Chair Henry asked me to attempt to estimate the number of hours involved, and it was just a little bit too complex for us, given that it not only involves our finance team, but also teams from across every department. I do think it's safe to say, though, over the course of the 6 months it takes to develop the budget, we are talking about thousands of hours. So I do thank all of the staff for their dedication and commitment in doing this. Today, we'll provide an overview of the 2023 business plans and budgets, highlights of the 2023 budget, including details on key strategic initiatives, including the proposed 2023 budget, an overview of the capital budget and 9-year capital forecast, an overview of future budget pressures for 2024, and the forecast going forward. And we will close the presentation with property tax impacts for the 2023 budget and time for questions. Next slide, please. The budget before you achieves the guideline of 5% approved by Council for the internal operating departments, including our local housing company, Durham Regional Transit, and the conservation authorities. As noted in the report, Durham Regional Police Service were not able to achieve their target. The additional request above guideline from Durham Regional Police Services represents 0.2% on the overall levy and has been included in the proposed budget before you today. Next slide, please. The 2023 proposed budget includes significant investments that support the region's critical frontline priority services, including homelessness and housing support programs, transit services, and paramedic services. And you will remember we received the 10-year plan for both services at the last council meeting, and police services. The 2023 proposed budget also provides for strategic investments that continue to advance the goals of the region's strategic plan and address the recovery of service from the COVID-19 pandemic. The proposed budget includes a 0.25% dedicated fund to fund anticipated operating impacts resulting from the Provincial Bill 23. And this specifically relates to the various administrative and planning initiatives that we will have to undertake to achieve the targets identified in Bill 23 and beyond. Lastly, the budget responds to significant inflationary pressures totaling $20.1 million, or approximately 2.6% of the region's levy. Next slide, please. The region continues to utilize a variety of tools to engage with the community on the annual budget. We hosted a virtual town hall on November 24th to share information about the key priorities being considered as part of the 2023 business plans and budgets, and provided an opportunity for the public to provide input. Approximately 14,000 residents participated in the event, either over the phone or on the region's website. In addition, staff has updated our online presence, and over the coming months will continue to release new value story videos highlighting the positive impacts and outcomes the investments in the 2023 budget will have on our residents and communities. Our budget spotlight publication will also be circulated to members of council to use as an additional communications tool later in the spring. And now I will turn it over to Commissioner Nancy to talk to us about the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Elaine. And I wanted to echo my thanks to all the staff and departments that are involved, because this truly is a marathon and a team effort across the board. And also a quick thanks to Finance and Administration Committee for their support and great questions last week. So these next slides highlight the significant investments included in the 2023 proposed budgets for the critical service areas we've discussed and Council strategic plan goals. Housing and homelessness support program investments have substantially increased over prior years as this support to our community has reached crisis levels. Overall funding includes total investments of $117.3 million, which is an increase of $27.8 million or 31% over last year. The regional funding has increased from $58.5 million in 2022 to $75.5 million in 2023, or a 28.3% increase, and represents approximately 8.1% of the region's overall tax levy. Specific investments include homelessness support programs with $6.3 million in regional funding, an increase of $4.9 million from 2022 approved budget. And as many of you know, we had pretty much zero in our budgets previous to that for homelessness. Also included is increased regional investment in the at-home incentive program, including over $10 million to support community partners in developing affordable housing units, and an increase of $1.1 million in regional funding for rent supplement programs. The next critical service areas are paramedic and transit services. Both have been extensively discussed at the February Finance and Administration Committee and the Committee of the Whole, so I won't repeat all details here. It's worth noting, however, for 2023 paramedic services, we are putting an additional 4 12-hour shifts on the road, requiring 24 new paramedics. And I really wanted to emphasize as well, as Chief Chesbrough has mentioned this a number of times, an advanced care paramedic training program, which will be critical to our future staffing successes, because it is quite an incentive for them to come as primary care paramedics if they know that there is a pathway to get to the ACP. Paramedic services will require ongoing increased investment at between 0.5% to 0.75% per year to continue with the plan. On the transit side, just quickly, committee has approved 27,000 in excess of 27,000 service plan hours and the procurement of 22 electric buses. And again, transit will require increased investment over the plan as well to achieve those objectives. So I'm going to turn it over to Nicole, and I will return.
Good morning. Thanks, Nancy. So there are a number of initiatives as well in this budget to advance the region's strategic goals, and it's under its strategic plan. So under the first goal of environmental sustainability, the budget provides for the continued implementation of the Corporate Climate Change Master Plan as to achieve GHG or greenhouse gas emission reduction targets. A number of the specific initiatives under this plan that are being advanced are detailed in Section 3 of the report. Under the goal of economic prosperity, we continue to advance the transit-oriented development opportunities in order to capitalize on the economic and community building benefits that are associated with rapid transit investment. And there's a report on today's agenda that's come from the Committee of the Whole meeting last week on this issue. In addition, the budget supports the implementation of the region's newly adopted economic development and tourism strategy, which is called Ready, Set, Future, a place blueprint for Durham. And under the goal of service excellence, the two significant priorities here are modernization and expansion of the region's works depots, as well as implementing the multi-year enterprise My Durham 311 project that enhances customer service delivery, and provides a seamless customer experience. There are also a number of initiatives supported in the 2023 budget under the goal of social investment and community vitality. So first, under the goal of social investment, the proposed budget supports the implementation of the provincial and federal government's Canada-wide early learning and childcare plan, the implementation of provincial integrated employment services programs, and the relocation of the region's breastfeeding clinic and creation of a co-located, dedicated vaccination clinic space. And under the community vitality goal, there are a number of initiatives to continue the region's expanded diversity, equity, and inclusion work, investments in DRPS services, implementation of the region's cycling plan, as well as the building of the Seton long-term care home, as well as additional investments for resources to support 4.2 hours of direct nursing care on average per day per resident in each of the region's 4 existing homes. Lastly, additional funding to support those arriving from the Ukraine is also included in the budget. As Nancy has mentioned, there were a number of base budget pressures and non-discretionary items this year that needed to be accommodated within the 2023 budget in order to continue to provide those valuable services for Durham residents and businesses. Inflationary pressures on the 2023 budget alone totaled $20.1 million. In addition, there were also significant capital cost escalations that put additional pressures on the region's 2023 capital budget and 9-year forecast. It is anticipated that the region will continue to face financial pressures throughout 2023 in responding to the pandemic and advancing the region's recovery plan. The anticipated temporary fiscal impacts of COVID on the region's operations in 2023 is estimated about $7.5 million, and it's largely in public health at $1.36 million, and this includes catch-up costs for the children immunization programs, as well as $2.9 million in long-term care home costs and $3.2 million for transit. And I just would mention here that the region remains hopeful for provincial funding to offset the costs of the COVID impacts in public health and in long-term care. Unfortunately, there was no provincial funding for transit announced as part of the provincial budget last Thursday. As detailed in Attachment 5 to the report, the proposed budget includes the use of approximately $237 million in financing from reserves and reserve funds, gas tax, and development charges to help offset and fund both capital and operating impacts. So switching gears to the capital budget, the region owns and is responsible for the maintenance, renewal, and replacements of assets with an estimated replacement value of about $17.8 billion. Of these assets, approximately 65% or $11.5 billion are for our water and sewer infrastructure and are supported by the region's water and sewer user rates. So the remaining 35% or $6.3 billion are for transportation, facilities, fleet, and equipment. This is a significant inventory of assets the region is responsible for maintaining, repairing, rehabilitating, and replacing in order to ensure that we're able to continue to deliver our critical services. I find this stat to be of particular interest when you equate the value of the region's inventory to a household. So how much per household, what is the estimated value of the region's assets? It's $73,435. In the 2023 major capital program, totals $498 million. And additional information on the region's capital program, as well as the 9-year forecast 2024 to 2032, is located in Attachment 4 to the budget report. In addition, there are detailed project listings as well included in each of the budget booklets that are linked on the Finance and Administration Committee agenda. The forecast total for property tax supported budgets is $3.2 billion, with roads, transit, and police representing the largest components. Highlights of the 2023 capital financing include general levy or property tax financing of $38.8 million, reserve and reserve fund financing of $135.6 million, debenture financing of $129.5 million, and grants and other financing sources of $118.4 million. Of critical importance when we look at the 2024 to 2032 capital forecast, I just want to highlight that the general levy financing or property tax financing totals $746.6 million, and it represents increases on an annual basis to this levy funding. Reserves and reserve fund finance total $1.2 billion, debenture financing of $387.2 billion, and grants and other financing of $196.3 million. So as has been mentioned, the region is entering into a period of significant capital requirements, and will have to creatively utilize extensive reserves and reserve funds as well as debenture financing in order to achieve our service level goals for capital infrastructure. I should also mention that the 2024 capital forecast will be updated to include the most recent information on Bill 23 impacts, as well as the increased growth projections and updated DC study and bylaw. So no one pressures on the 2024 budget as a result of the 2023 budget before you today includes staff annualization costs for the new positions that are proposed in the 2023 budget. And while it's critical to note that the list of new staff may seem large, there are a significant number of those positions that have received pre-approval for provincial funding, either through existing social services programs or newly announced programs such as expanding the hours in our long-term care homes, the Canada-wide Early Learning and Child Care Program. So the number of positions, new positions that are supported by provincial subsidies amount to 70. As a result, these positions would not have a property tax impact from 2024. There's also annualization of a number of expansions to support DRPS's critical priorities from their board, including frontline officers, forensic investigation, internet child exploitations, the intelligence unit, and a creation of an older adult investigative and support unit. Implementation plans for the paramedic and the transit service and financing studies will also have multi-year impacts. Over the course of the forecasted period, there are various financial pressures the region will face in order to respond to our growing population, changes in our demographics, and evolving community and infrastructure needs. Some of the more significant pressures include investment in broadband infrastructure, impacts of Bill 23, investments to implement Council's commitment to climate change, including the implementation of the region's climate change master plan, road and bridge forecast needs of approximately $1.2 billion, facility expansions, including our depots, housing and homelessness supports, and the long-term care home in Seton. I'll now turn it back to Nancy.
So the next few slides are going to drill down in sequence to the property tax impact. And I'm reminded that at times we use expressions that are not necessarily universal. So I want to take a minute to clarify here how we address things. So the total 2023 budget that's subject to approval today in its entirety would be $2.44 billion. Of this, $508 million represents the water and supply and sanitary sewage budget, or user rate budget, as we often call it, that was approved in December. And the balance of $1.94 billion is the property tax supported budget for 2023. But again, we say property tax supported budget, but 1.94 is not the tax that we're going for. That is the entirety of everything except for water sewer. And then, as I say, we'll get drilling down into that. So my apologies for referring to it as a property tax supported budget. It is the entirety of everything that is not user rate supported. And then there's sources of funding that we'll talk about. So out of the $1.94 billion, $1.44 billion is for operating and just shy of $500 million is for capital. So these two pie charts refer to what I call, as I say, the property tax supported budget, but it is the entirety of the balance of the budget. And the total here, as was mentioned, is $1.94 billion. On the left side, you can see the largest gross expenditure areas include social services at 37%, police at just shy of 14%, roads and bridges at 16%, and regional transit at 10%. On the right side, you'll see how we fund that property tax supported budget, and that's where I wanted to make sure I was clear today. So 42% of that budget comes from property taxes, 25.8% comes from provincial investment, 6.4% from reserves and reserve funds. This year we have debt proceeds that will be floating in the market for 6.7% of the budget, and that's for the new Seton long-term care home, the initial phase of the expansion and modernization of the maintenance depots, new DRT terminals, and the 22 zero emission buses through the Canada Infrastructure Bank, and you see the related resolutions for that in the budget report. And the budget proposes to utilize about $237 million from reserves, reserve funds, gas tax, and development charges. So this slide drills down on the actual tax bill financed. So that 42% of the budget that's funded from tax bills, this is the breakdown that you see. So the largest component is police services at just over 30%, followed by social services at 19%, roads and bridges at 12%, and transit at 9.7%. So this shift in percentages from the previous slide reflects, for example, that social services receive significant funding from upper levels of government, and therefore they drop to second place on the tax levy needs. But police, for example, receive far less in upper level support, and therefore they climb up on the tax levy support side. So, and as referenced in the Finance and Admin Committee meeting, there is no support for water sewer under the property tax side of the budget, and vice versa. There's no water sewer support, or both ways are independent, so there's no cross subsidization. Next, we're going to talk a little bit about assessment and taxation growth, and I always tease you that this is where I become a bit of a nerd. And again, I'm probably aging myself even using that reference, but we're always happy to chat about this, and we'll have to have a number of discussions about this going forward. So for 2023, the total weighted assessment growth is estimated at 2.3%, and that's slightly higher than the assessment growth in 2022 of 1.95%. However, continuing council's direction, 0.2% of the assessment growth for 2023 is attributable to Seton development and has been deferred until the annual operating costs relating to that come on stream. So in 2022, we brought on stream the growth portion for the cost of staffing for the new Seton paramedic station, and the rest of this growth will be required in the short term for the Seton long-term care operating costs when it comes online. So we continue to track that piece of it and monitor in order to try to alleviate as much as possible significant tax levy increases when Seton gets fully serviced. So this slide illustrates some of those impacts direct to the tax bills based on the proposed 2023 budget. There are no reassessment impacts for 2023 due to the provincial postponement of the 2020 reassessment. And they are in a very difficult position in the budget. Last week, they did not announce anything about reassessment. So that defers this even further at this point in time and creates some massive swings, and we'll talk about what that means. So when we talk about an average home, just as a note, everybody always says to me, well, tell me where I can buy a home for $483,000 because I'll buy it sight unseen. But that's the value at January 1st, 2016 of an average home. So there's quite a long gap of time that has gone by now from those valuations. So for the average residential property owner in Durham with a 2023 CVA of $483,000, the bill will be approximately $3,086 and shows that $153 increase that we used as an example. We thought we'd put in some commercial and industrial examples. As you know from your experience, non-res can have any kind of configuration. They're very difficult to find an example, a typical one. So we've just used dollar values. So for a commercial regional property owner with a 2023 CVA of $500,000, the regional portion of the bill would be $4,630 and is that $230 increase, which is the 5.2%. And again, on the industrial, we've picked a $1 million 2023 CVA, and in that case, the tax bill will be $12,970 for the regional share of the budget, and that's reflects the $660, which is the 5.2 increase. The education portion of the commercial and industrial continues to reflect what's called the provincial business education tax rates, and those are frozen at the 2021 rates. So that means that those property owners in the non-res classes will continue to receive the reduction of that base cut. It holds itself through. So that's a benefit in the industrial, for example, of $3,500. So this is a new slide that's been incorporated this year as many locals express their tax increases as a percentage of the entire bill, not just their slice of the pie, and that makes it very confusing for the members of the public. So we've attempted to express this in a similar fashion so council and the public can understand the impact on the totality of the bill, because you just simply can't add the region's 5.2 plus one of the locals say at 6% and have everybody panic that we're doing 12. We actually each have slices of the pie. So what we've done here is used averages across the municipalities to try to express this. So the region's 5.2% increase on essentially half the bill translates to a 2.7%. The average local is about a 5.9, and at their, I'll say, a quarter to a third of the bill, that translates to about 2.1 overall. And so ultimately then when you add those together, the overall impact on an average property bill would be 4.8%. So just to make that clear, as I say, often we see people adding the regional budget increase plus the local budget increase and they start to panic. It's our proportionate shares. So the 4.8 is probably the safest number to quote, but when you're speaking to taxpayers on bill impacts. So just some overall property tax considerations on the next slide. We did have the property tax study report before Finance and Admin Committee, so it's included on the agenda today. There are a couple of areas that we just wanted to quickly reference. Building on our 2022 collaboration with Ontario Tech University, we have partnered with Trent University to perform some statistical analysis to explore that relationship between online commercial activity and relative property assessments, because we need to start just working our way around alternative revenue sources and alternative revenue tools, and that's supported as well by Chair Henry's motion at Finance and Admin in January to start looking at other avenues and things that we can do to try to remove some of the pressure from the tax base. The middle section is that reference to reassessments, and the challenge there, of course, is that the longer that time frame is between reassessments, the material tax shifts can occur. And I had mentioned that from a regional perspective and a local perspective, reassessment is revenue neutral. It costs the same to run a snowplow in front of houses, regardless of what the valuation is from one cycle to the next. The challenge is that reassessments bring shifts between property taxpayers, between property tax classes, and between across municipalities when you're looking at the regional perspective. So the longer the time frame, the bigger that gap will be. So Nicole's and my promise to you is that when reassessment is announced, we have a huge amount of work that we will do to help educate this council as well as the public in understanding what all of that means, because it's very complicated to understand and even harder to just read in a document. So we will be bringing lots to you when that gets announced. And then the last piece worth mentioning here is the multi-residential ratio. Part of Bill 23 raised the possibility of them reducing the multi-res ratio. Tax ratios are the percentage markup, if you will, from the res to the other classes. So multi-res pays 1.8 times what the residential tax rate is, just to give you an example. So if you reduce that ratio down to match, that means you're reducing the tax burden on multi-res, but we still the same cost to drive that snowplow by. So again, it causes a big shift, and typically a shift from the multi-res to your residential. So again, that's a concern for us, because if that's happening at the same time as the general reassessment, you are going to have some very challenging times with respect to how the taxes will shift amongst taxpayers. And on that cheery note, I will turn it over to Elaine to close out.
Thank you very much, Nancy. So in closing, the proposed 2023 business plans and budget represents a 5.2% property tax impact, which is an increase of $153 a year for an average residential property owner. The proposed budget includes targeted investments in key strategic priority areas aligned with the region's strategic plan, provides for significant base pressures, positions the region to implement COVID-19 recovery plans, utilizes significant reserve and reserve fund financing, and balances these pressures with the need for taxpayer affordability. So with that, I thank you very much for hearing our presentation, and we are happy to take questions.
Thank you. So for members of council, the intent is to deal with this presentation, to do the public portion and deal with the communications items, and then break for lunch for an hour. So before we actually get to the budget, it will be a while. So for staff in the room, especially our folks from police, if you'd like to leave and grab your lunch now, and then make sure that you come back at the appropriate time. And Mayor Carter, you're first, but can you direct your question to either the commissioner, the director, or the CAO?
First of all, thank you very much, Mr. Jerry. So is it my understanding that we'll be dealing with F8 and F9 later? Will there be a fulsome conversation about that? Really, the questions should be only to the presentation. Questions. Once we get into The other aspect, the budget component, that would be more appropriate to ask those questions directly to the commissioners based upon the individual budget. Is that correct?
Yes.
So this wouldn't be the time at this particular time.
If it's separate from what you have heard today, then it would be appropriate to bring it up when the item's on the floor.
Yeah, I'd rather have my questions. I have specific questions in regards to our social services aspect of it. I'd like to be able to do that at the appropriate time. I don't want to waste anybody's time, so I won't do that at this time. But if I have the opportunity to speak to the social services component, I'd appreciate it, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor, sorry. Mayor Foster, you are next. You are on the screen and gone. In my screen, Mr. Clerk's gone blank. So just give me so Mayor Foster, you're next. Mayor Foster, we cannot hear you. Mayor Foster, we still cannot hear you. Okay. Well, next was Mayor Foster. We'll come back to you. I'm going to have the clerk reach out to you. Next in the chat box was Mayor Schumer. Mayor Schumer? We can't hear you either. Okay.
There you go.
Thank
There's
you.
it now. Okay. With respect to the presentation, my question would be on the one slide, and it was towards the end. I can't remember which slide it was, but it spoke to essentially 5% increases in the future, and kind of sounded like perpetually 5% increases. I mean, I think it's generally understood that inflation will get itself under control. It is coming under control from where it was a year ago. And I mean, are these 5% perpetual increases with the presumption that inflation gets under control? So what would be driving the additional pressures, can I say, in these later years if we work on the presumption that at least it's going to go back down to maybe towards 2 and 3%, but we're going to keep property tax increases at 5 or more?
So through the chair, and thank you for that question. It's actually external factors, not the inflationary impact that we're particularly concerned with going forward. This council has approved the transit study, and we're very clear in that multi-year, 10-year study that there would be significant increases on an ongoing basis to phase through that plan to increase the service level in transit. We had said that it would be on average 2% per year just for transit. Council also approved the 10-year study for paramedics to increase the service levels there, and that we referenced is about 0.5 to 0.75% a year just for transit. We're anticipating that police have referenced, although we don't have numbers in hand, they have referenced a number of times that they would be looking at an increase to their uniformed officers of perhaps 20 a year or more, as well as they referenced in the Finance and Admin meeting that there would be non-uniformed incremental increases of significant as well. And then lastly, we're also looking at housing and homelessness being a very critical factor, and we are bringing to this council, and perhaps this is where the CAO or Stella would like to reference our housing. So homelessness is one piece which we feel is there's a long way to go with respect to funding requirements there, but housing is the other piece, and perhaps if our CAO doesn't mind, I'll give her a chance to speak to what's coming for housing to get an understanding of what that looks like.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. In the agenda today is approval for us to enter into an arrangement with Infrastructure Ontario, where we'll begin the process of planning for the revitalization of our social housing stock. Coming out of that will be a robust business plan with respect to the cost and implementation of undertaking that revitalization, and that will be the subject of a future report to council, likely prior to the end of the year. We are anticipating that the project will certainly be multi-year. It will require provincial, federal, and regional investment, as well as private sector partners. We're very pleased that we will be working with Infrastructure Ontario because they bring with them a level of expertise that we do not currently have within the region. That will certainly be a pressure going forward, but the long-term impacts will be incredibly positive in terms of generating additional jobs and revitalizing communities. Thank you very much for the question.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, as we think out, because, I think about perpetual 5% or more, because this year, I mean, we are above where the cap was. We're at 5.2. I fear to see where we could go in the future. Will staff be looking and bringing to council recommendations to try to get something else under control so that we can meet these obligations that we have spoken to, such as transit, such as the housing, because if we are going to have perpetual increases that could be around double the general inflation rate, I fear where the sustainability is. I've already had a number of people comment to me that they are not going to be able to afford to stay in a region where at least the regional portion of the property tax bill could be going up by double rates of inflation, if pending inflation getting under control again. So I'm wondering if we're going to be looking at something long term to help compensate for, yes, these core services that we need these increases in.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. I think it's important to note that simply putting forward inflationary increases in our property taxes means at best we are maintaining current service levels. So we are unable to address additional pressures where we have services that have been underfunded and where we have growth in the region. I can assure all members of council that we go through an incredibly robust budget process, including line-by-line reviews in every single division and department, and we generally report on that when we come forward to council with our target. The work of our finance team is very definitely to keep the tax increase as low as feasibly possible while addressing council's priorities through the strategic plan and other initiatives. You will be receiving more information on that, as always, when we bring forward the proposed target for 2024. We are not proposing 5% increases in perpetuity, but we are being very realistic and very honest in that the major infrastructure requirements needed in the coming years will necessitate increases beyond inflation for the foreseeable future. Thank you.
Thank you. And I do want to thank staff because I realize that the budgeting process is an onerous task. It's not always fully appreciated, but I do want to thank staff for the hard work over the many months that have been put into this. Thank you.
Councillor Kerr.
Thank you, Chair Henry, and through you to the Commissioner. I just have one area of question after expressing my sincere thanks for the volume of work that you and staff have done to bring this forward. It's an excellent budget. I'm looking at the chart of the pie chart of funding, and it's very cleanly done, very clear to understand. I'm just looking at the area called Other. It's 3.2% of the funding, and I'm just curious as to some examples of where that other funding comes from and whether or not this is an area where we might be able to maximize those funding sources in the future to potentially lessen the impact of the overall budget in the future.
So through the chair, and I may defer some of the detailed question to Nicole, we do have a lot of areas where we try very hard to find sources of revenue that can prop up the balance of the budget. So sometimes these things here are things like partnership arrangements. So if we're in partner with somebody on delivering, you would see the fees and service charges, you would see it show up here. So for example, in the ultimate objective of Durham OneNet is to become financially self-sustaining, so they would have a revenue stream. So anywhere that it doesn't fit into the other categories, this other is what that comes out to be. And again, we are always trying to look at partnership opportunities, if not to pay for the cost of something, but at the very least to share the burden with somebody else and then reflect our proportionate impacts.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. That's all.
Thank you. Mayor Foster? We still can't hear you. Sorry, Mayor Foster. We'll come back to you in a second. Mayor Ash, you were in the list too, but your request to speak is off my screen. So there we go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Last week, the Finance Committee approved this budget. My My question through you, Mr. Chair, to the commissioner is in regards to the provincial budget that happened on Thursday. The Minister of Finance called me that day and indicated that the region would be getting some money in regards to homelessness and supportive housing. Was he? What was that dollar figure, and did we put it? Would we put it in reserves when it's received, as opposed to impacting this budget?
So through the chair, there were a few wins and losses in the provincial budget, and we did send out a memo. So the loss, of course, as Nicole mentioned, is we're concerned about the Safe Restart for Transit not being announced. But what you're referring to is the housing initiative, and perhaps if Stella doesn't mind, she'll be the one that's reporting on that. So it is good news for us, but I'll defer to my fellow commissioner to comment on the specifics.
Go ahead, please.
Through the chair, we are anticipating receiving some funding at this time. Whatever notices we've received are confidential, so I cannot share anything in open forum.
Thank you. So I guess my follow-up question to the commissioner, and if it's not in this budget, it would go in a reserve and be allocated. It's typically what we do.
So actually through the chair, once the department is allowed to report on it, they will be bringing reports to flow those funds and deal with them essentially immediately. So they would not be going into reserve funds. They would become an additional spend through reporting through the Health and Social Services Committee.
Great. Thank you for that.
Those reports would come through committee and then to council. Right? Okay. Thank you. Mayor Foster, we'll try again. Hello? Hello? Oh. Mayor,
Tell him to unplug his headset.
unplug your headset from your system, please. Okay, what we'll do is we'll continue, and Mayor Foster, maybe you can ask your questions during the budget process, and our staff will work with you during the break to make sure that you're online. Okay, I'm getting a thumbs up. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to ask questions to the presentation? Mr. Clerk, online? See none? Okay, thank you. So at this point, members of council, we would now go to the delegation part. And that this portion, the public has been given notice via the region's website, newspaper ads, social media, that the regional council today is intending to review and adopt or amend the 2023 regional property tax supported business plans and budgets, including related fees and charges, and the 2023 regional property tax rates. Is there any member of the public at this meeting wishing to appear on the matter? No, I'm getting a no there. Online? Mr. Clerk, seeing none. Second time, is there any member of the public at this meeting wishing to appear on the matter, whether in the room or online? Seeing none. Third and final time, is there any member of the public at this meeting wishing to appear on the matter? Mr. Clerk, seeing none, we'll continue with the meeting. Members of council, Mr. Clerk, is lunch been delivered?
It should be here. Came for 11:45. It'll be in the back room.
Okay. So members of council, if you can go to the communications section, we have two items here. On item 7.1, could I get a mover and a seconder on the recommendation, please? Council Shahid, seconded by Councillor Wu. On item 0.71, which deals with the expropriation of lands for the proposed bus rapid transit route along Highway number 2 in Kingston, on Kingston Road. The item is now on the floor. Seeing no comments online, seeing no hands, we'll call the vote on that item. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, that carries. Second item, 7.2, CC 09, memorandum dated March 21st, deals with the expropriation of lands for the proposed bus rapid transit project along Highway number 2. There is a motion before you. Can I get a mover on the recommendations, please? Moved by Councillor Kerr, seconded by Councillor Leahy. On the recommendation, anyone wishing to speak to it? Seeing none, I see none online, I will call the vote. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, that carries. Mr. Clerk, that brings us to the point where I said we would break for lunch. Members of council, I'd like a motion to recess till 1 o'clock. Moved by, it's in the, Councillor Chapman?
Move we recess until 1 o'clock.
Thank you. Looking for a second. Councillor Drone. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, members of council, please enjoy your lunch and we'll see you back here at 1 o'clock. Good afternoon, members of council and staff. I will call this meeting back to order. Mr. Clerk, if you could do a roll call, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Electronic roll call is starting now.
Were you able to get Adrian straightened out?
Yes.
So, Councillor Dyer.
We're good.
We're good. Members of council, we have quorum, so thank you. I hear a lot of levity in the room. I hope that continues. I'm forever am I an optimist, right? Members of council, when we left, we were at 8.1, which is reports related to the delegation process. Could I get a mover of item number 4 of the report number 3 of Finance and Administration Committee, which is the 2023 Strategic Property Tax Study? Okay, moved by Councillor Lee, seconded by Councillor Shahid. So item number 4 is now on the floor. Comments? Okay, Mayor, we'll start with first in the box. Mayor Carter, I'm going to go out of order because you had asked to speak earlier, so I'll go to you first.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, and thank you very much for the opportunity to be able to ask some questions. My questions will go through you to our Commissioner of Social Services in regards to some inquiries about some of the funding aspects. So I please be patient. I do understand that there's been a lot of conversation in regards to this budget prior to today, but we have some issues that we'd like to try and get some clarity on today on behalf of the City of Oshawa. So I hope you don't mind.
No, it's the appropriate time.
Thank you very much. So through you to Commissioner Stella, first of all, good afternoon, and thank you to you and your team for the budget that you put forward. We greatly appreciate it. In the slide presentation, there is a category that is slated under homelessness and support programs. I'm just wondering, the homeless and support program, does this include initiatives in regards to our unsheltered population?
Through the chair, yes, Mayor Carter, it does.
Do you know to what degree out of that funding, and maybe you might be able to give me a little bit of clarity in regards to it, on the budget itself, I think it's located on page 48 of 94 of the presentation that was done earlier on. It says regional funding, $6,269,000, non-regional funding, $15,071,000, with a total funding of $21.340 million. Just out of curiosity, is $21 million directed at homelessness, unsheltered population? Is that specific?
Through the chair, currently our funding for homelessness has gone directly to our unsheltered population, our hubs, our shelters, and prevention of homelessness.
So that the prevention also falls under that.
Yes.
So maybe just for the audience that may be watching, prevention dollars that are being utilized, what would that look like?
Through the chair, prevention dollars include helping with arrear payments, maybe first and last month's rent, supporting folks when they're moving into their homes with whatever items they might need, if they've been evicted and haven't been able to leave with anything, things like that.
Would the hotel program also be categorized in this area?
Yes, through the chair, the hotel program would fall under the shelter program.
Under the shelter program. So, but is it on this budget line, Madam Commissioner?
It's included.
Okay, thank you. And I don't know if you'll be able to answer this, out of the allocation of $21 million, $340,000, do we have any idea about how much the independent agencies that are providing these services for the homeless population or unsheltered population, do we have any idea how much money is being allocated in regards to those agencies?
Yes, through the chair, most of that money, probably 95%, goes directly to the agencies today.
95% of the $21 million?
Yes.
Wow. Okay. Do you have any idea, specifically in regards to the city of Oshawa, would you have any idea what your allocation of funding to those agencies that provide these services in the city? Do you know approximately what the allocation of funds would be for that?
Through the chair, I don't believe I have that number. Okay. I would say, one second, please. Yes, a large portion. I don't have, I'm sorry, the percentage, but we do fund our Oshawa area with a large percentage. Would
it be fair, based upon the knowledge that you have and your team has, that approximately 70% of the unsheltered population is situated in the city of Oshawa, that $14 million may be allocated in regards to this fund?
Through the chair, I would say maybe. I do plan to come with a report to Health and Social Services in May to highlight our homelessness program today, and in June to highlight how we are allocating the additional funding that we're receiving.
Thank you.
So I'll have more information at that time.
Beautiful. Thank you. Just staying with the agencies that you are funding, is that the funding flows from the region? Does apparently we have to exit the building.
Not yet.
Oh.
Not yet.
Okay. I don't want to lose my train of thought, so I want to try and go on. Of the agencies that you provide funding for, is it an MOU in regards to a memorandum of understanding of what your expectations are of what the funding would be used for, and that they would have to meet those guidelines?
Through the chair, yes.
Is there KPIs in regards to the funding that you're providing to those agencies that they must report back through the social services?
Through the chair, yes, there are KPIs. Those are the expectations of the province and the federal government as well for us to report back.
I've shared with you some of my frustrations in regards to the agencies that we have in our city that are not abiding by local bylaws, care and control, especially in regards to aspects. Is there an accountability clause within the MOUs that the agencies have to abide by to be able to make sure that their funding is allocated, that they're living up to the requirements or the conditions of the funding from the region?
Through the chair, yes, there is. It exists.
And is there any way of holding them accountable in regards to if they're not following the accountability factors in regards to the funding that flows through to them?
Through the chair, yes, we do hold them accountable, and we do have staff who actually attend the sites and assess their processes, ensure that they're following the service standards that we've developed with them, and we do hold them accountable as needed.
I'm just wondering, out of these agencies that you are providing funding for, is there funding, to your knowledge, that goes to overdose issues in regards to each municipality that you have agencies working on behalf of the social services department?
Through the chair, are you asking if we fund for overdose prevention?
Prevention,
Sorry.
yes. Or is that out of the health
That would be
department?
the health department,
It would,
and I'm not sure if my colleague, Dr. Kyle, would like to add to that.
Who is the masked man?
Hi.
Hi,
Uh,
Dr. Kyle.
Yeah, I'm not aware that any funding we receive is allocated on a municipal basis. It really goes to support staff activities, naloxone kit distribution, our early warning system, that sort of thing.
Is it my understanding, Dr. Kyle, just to be able to wrap this line of questioning in regards to this item, that that many of the guidelines that are in regards to the overdose programs are legislated or directive comes from the provincial Ministry of Health? Am I correct on that, or am I incorrect?
So public health activities are prescribed by the Ministry of Health through the Ontario Public Health Standards.
So I'm not really sure what that means. So maybe we
Yes,
could put it.
they are prescribed. They're legislated, and we need to comply with those standards.
And that would include best practices when it comes to harm reduction kits, distribution of naloxone, all those kind of programs. That's set by the province in regards to how that program is supposed to work. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Stella, I'm going to come back to you. I'm kind of stuck on this accountability aspect, and I think I've shared with you on an offline conversation my frustration because we are daily dealing with violations of care and control and local bylaws that are being violated by the agencies. Do you have any mechanisms within your department to help us resolve that issue, since you are one of the main funders of their existence?
Through the chair, depending on the organization that we're speaking to, one in particular, we're a funder, not the main funder. So certainly we can do some work with the organization, with the staff, to continue to address these issues. In the end, I think we need to have a bigger conversation as to how to address that as a larger group. When it comes to being the sole funder, we have much more control. And we can certainly address the issue. We can certainly roll back funding as well. But when we're not the sole funder, it is a lot more difficult to manage.
And in many circumstances, you're only a partial funder. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So we'll need to expand on that conversation in regards to this particular budget. In this particular budget, is there, and you've heard me ask this question at our health and social services, is there dedicated funding in regards to regional-led outreach experts to be on the streets?
Through the chair, I just want to, before I answer directly with that question, I just want everyone to understand that previously we didn't fund this program internally with regional funding. So whatever funding we received from the federal government or the provincial government, it did go straight to the agencies. And our homelessness team has been up until right now today, a team of 3 people.
Right.
So 3 people to manage the funding, the accounts, the contracts, to ensure that these service standards are met, etc. Now we have an opportunity. And with this funding and whatever other funding is coming our way, we are putting together a robust plan to share with the DAP committee in April and with our Health and Social Services Committee in June that will address this issue. And I do agree that we need to enhance our own staffing in this area.
I appreciate your feedback and the comments you just made, but I'm gonna try this again. In our circumstance, just for your information, between 7 at night and 7 in the morning in the last year, for my colleagues that are around this chamber today, our security and bylaw officers have had to have 7,000 incidents. I want that to sink in. 7,000 incidents between 7 at night and 7 in the morning in regards to a population that is the most vulnerable in our community, making a huge impact on our community. So I'm going to stress that regionally led, hired, trained outreach workers should be a priority in regards to any funding that is allocated in regards to it. I do not support agencies doing this work. I think the region would be much better at it, and I'd ask you to take that under consideration, please. Mr. Chair, I'm supportive of the budget. I'm frustrated with not our commissioner, but I'm frustrated, as many of us, in regards to the unsheltered population and the homeless population. Mr. Chair, you being the previous mayor, you will understand the impact that our downtown has had. And I can tell you that on a daily basis, it brings me brings a great deal of sadness, matter of fact, that long-term businesses are selling their properties and vacating our downtown because of the complexities of this. We have to find a different pathway forward. What we've done over the last 4 years, Mr. Chairman, is not working. We had 350 overdose calls by our fire services last year alone. Based upon what those calls cost, it's about $1.4 million. The 8 to 13 hours that our police and EMS are being held up at our emergency wards is inefficient and not productive. And I know you've supported the empath program at Ontario Shores, and I'm grateful for that. And so have we. But our city and our taxpayers, our ratepayers, those that pay their taxes directly to the city of Oshawa, we've impacted them annually for the last 3 years or 4 years at a tune of $3.3 million in regards to things that we've had to absorb in regards to addressing this issue. And my frustration is that we have to find a different solution moving forward. I know that this social service budget, I think, is close to $640 million. I really wanted the federal government to make a major statement in the budget. There was, to my knowledge, no discussion in regards to it. I'm interested to be able to hear how much money we're going to get out of the province, where those monies are going. But we are in an emergency state in the city of Oshawa. I asked my colleagues around this table to be able to join us in regards to addressing this issue, to be able to find a pathway forward. And I am going to be bringing motions, and I'm going to be very vocal in regards to social services through our committee and this council to be able to get more funding and a different pathway and a different plan than we have at this time. Because what we're doing today, in my opinion, based upon what we experience each and every day, is not working, sir. And it brings me a great deal of sadness that I have people that are still dying on my streets. We have overdoses, and we have businesses leaving our downtown. And I know that this is a trend across the country, sir. I get that. I'm not here to lay blame. What I'm here to do is challenge each and every one of us that this is a moment of crisis. And I'm asking all of you to bring your ideas and concepts and your passion to this table. And, I appreciate Commissioner Estella. I thank you very much to you and your team, but you know I'm frustrated. And you know that I'm trying to represent our community as best we can. But I'm also trying to represent the region, because my community, yes, is absorbing 70% of those that have complex mental health and addiction issues in the region of Durham. But don't think it's not coming to your backyard if it's not already there. I know my colleagues in Ajax have seen the effects of the complex mental health and addiction issues that they're having there. But every other municipality that has not seen the impact of this, it's on your doorstep. It's on your threshold. Learn from what we've done right, and what we've done wrong. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the leniency you've given me in regards to addressing my concerns on behalf of my residents. Commissioner Estella, thank you very much for your efforts and your answers. And Mr. Chair, I appreciate your leniency.
Thank you, Councillor Neal. Councillor Neal?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
No, I just want to record a vote on 8.2, item 5. Thank you.
Well, we're on 8.1, item 4 right now, so we'll continue on that one. Mayor Foster.
Can you hear me now?
Mayor Foster, I'm happy to say that we can hear you.
So I gave up. My apologies to all members. I gave up and I just came into the office. so everyone knows I'm isolated here in my office. A couple of quick questions, and Mr. Chair, thank you for your indulgence. To Commissioner Taylor, and don't bring the slide up, but on one of your slides, I believe it was 13, the pie chart sources of revenues, it identified 1.7% of what comes to Durham Region comes from the federal government. Is that a comparable apples to apples against the province if we look at all sources of income coming from the feds?
So through the chair, I'm not sure I'm exactly understanding your question. On the same pie chart, you can see provincial investment to the entirety of our tax-based budget of 25.8%, and the feds at 1.7%. But I'm not sure.
So it's 1.7 and all in if they're funding, whether it's affordable housing, what the variety of programs. Does that capture everything we get from the federal government?
That's correct.
Okay, so that's a number that, as we speak to our MPs, I think needs to be front and center. The discrepancy is huge. If I roll to this report, and you spoke a little bit about the economy, and in this report there's recognition that with the electrification of the fleet, gas tax is going to diminish. The report and the work that you are doing now that's identified in the report, how will you be communicating to us, and how will we be working with other levels of government to replace those revenue streams? So the gas tax took years and years and years to get, and I expect replacing it will take years and years, and certainly dealing with the economy is going to be difficult. So will you be coming back to us? And there's a reason I'm linking this to that 1.7% from the federal government.
So yes, and maybe I'll explain a couple of things there. So with respect to the federal government, typically we get some homelessness and immigration, some French language and POA, some social housing is kind of the mix. The new childcare will change this mix as well, depending on how if it flows through the province first, then to us, then it shows up in provincial. So just to make that distinction clear. With respect to our work on the new economy and the implications there, we have just commenced that work, particularly triggered by Chair Henry's resolution. So through Elaine's office as well as my staff, we are reaching out in a bunch of different areas from a research perspective to try to put together some information there. And then the economy work that Nicole is overseeing with the college, with the Trent University on what it might change for our assessment revenues. We're going to try to pull all that together, and it likely will show a quite a diminishing non-residential tax base as time goes by. And it supports motions that we would then be bringing forward to support the issue of other sources of financing for regional and local governments, or a change in who's providing what service. Right? If they want to download social services to us in huge bulk activities, they need to provide the funding, or they need to keep running the services themselves. So there will be a lot of work done there. I'm thinking that we'll come through CAO reports once we get to the stage of compiling information, having some recommendations, and perhaps the CAO, I'm speaking on her behalf, but I'm assuming we would also engage quite a lot of work around advocacy and have this council approve some actions there, as well as some advocacy work behind the scenes. So I know if our CAO wants to add anything I may have missed there, but our objective is to try to get a groundswell of effort here amongst multiple partners to see if we can make change.
That was a great answer. I don't have anything to add, but we are working across the GTHA on this.
So I will encourage. So thank you. It was a great answer, and my concern is I'm going to go back to, at the time it was called the Fair Share. That was part of the HST. Both the Wynne government of the day, I believe Kathleen Wynne was the premier. Doug Ford, when he was running to be premier, both of them dismissed it immediately. But without something like that, however we do the advocacy lower tier through FCM, AMO, the big cities mayor. So I'll look forward to that. I'm gonna roll back to the in the report. You've got a chart which is typical across all municipalities, showing the diminishing assessment, business assessment. I'll say that to make it simple, versus residential. Do we compare our charts against other regions' charts? And I'm wondering if that is a proxy for our ability to attract and maintain a business. So I know a lot goes into those numbers, but it would seem to me that if everyone has, I think it was 1998 through to last year, if our chart was significantly different, we might want to look at that. So do we ever do comparisons like that?
So we do, and we are not all consistent, and it has affected us in different ways. So, for example, City of Toronto, their mix would be probably quite different from ours. I know that Peel, for example, is quite different than ours. Some that have been more heavily into broader non-residential entities previously still have the benefit of that. So us being 85-15, depending on how you slice that, we have been historically predominantly greater residential. I would say to you, though, that we have maintained those percentages in the last number of years from cascading too much further. So that means we are bringing along the commercial that goes with the residential, right? There's always certain volume related things. But you're quite right, there needs to be work around that mix. One of the things that helped us in, for example, was during COVID, we had on the water sewer side, our residents stayed home and we actually had greater water sewer usage and revenue. Those that had more non-res had some severe financial hits those years. So, but we are not, from a regional perspective, our numbers are not as positive, I would say. But there is if you go to, in the tax strategy report, there's a figure 7 gives you an example of what that looks like. So we do comparisons. Mostly we do it from the perspective of selling ourselves, right? This is what the relative tax burden is if you came to the region of Durham.
And what I'm looking at there is the trend. So while we are at I'm going to say a geographic disadvantage just by virtue of access to U.S. markets. And I understand that, and short of building a bridge across to Lake Ontario, that's going to be difficult. But if we compared those charts, 98 for Peel, York, Niagara, would our trend look better or worse, the same? And is it a valid comparison? So not the absolute number, but the trend.
So I'll say our recent trends are similar because we're all being hit by the same economy from the perspective of the world shifting to online and having everything delivered to their door, and how that's changing some things. So that is a fair impact across most of us, because those businesses are disappearing entirely. They're not relocating. Now, with respect to our attractiveness compared to others, I certainly in that case would need to refer you to Simon Gill or Brian with respect to how he's positioning us to compete. I know there's been a lot of work done in the new economic development plan.
Yeah, and thank you. So I have faith in what we're doing and our attractiveness moving forward. I'd just be curious, and I know it's looking in the rearview mirror, but sometimes you need to look at that to see what our trends. We'll chat offline.
Certainly.
Perhaps with this. And on the same line, we are looking at the 1.7%, and I don't have the slide in front of me, 28% from the province. Do we compare ourselves against other municipalities? Assuming this is an apples to apples, to see if Durham Region is getting its fair share?
So I'll say that will be incredibly difficult, because there is differences between upper and lower tier municipalities for where services reside. So it's very hard. We do participate in a couple of studies, including the the study that Elena's on the board for. So we do try to benchmark with MBN, but it is challenging because not every municipality, upper and lower, provide the same bundle of services.
Okay, great. So all of my questions, Ms. Taylor, thank you. Mr. Chair, thank you. And to all members of council, my apologies for my tech challenge.
Yes. So thank you, Mayor Foster. Just so you know, if you can still hear me, you froze in your last sentence. So we'll move on. Councillor Wu.
Thank you, Chair Henry, and what an act to follow. Just a comment, and it was encouraging news on the Ontario budget under energy and climate change that the government is still in support of small modular reactors at Darlington and the refurbishment, and certainly my colleagues from Pickering, the continued operation of Pickering. Now, within the document here, 2023-F-8, under section 12, property tax treatment of nuclear generating stations. So right at the moment, I guess that continues about the payment in lieu of pills to the region. And do you have an amount that we would get, at least from the regional standpoint, in terms of pills? Commissioner?
Through the chair, I don't have that on hand right now, but certainly we can get that information to you for our payment in lieu.
Okay. Yeah, the other, again, it probably is beneficial.
Please continue, Councillor Wu. How do you follow that, right?
Are you okay?
Continue, please.
Difficult to follow that. Well, I speak about the great city of Pickering then. and the great city of, or municipality of Clarendon, we're still able to retain the education portion of the pills. But I guess what and again, this is more from the province, those pills are based on the statutory rate of assessment act rather than the current value assessment. You know, have we ever looked at what the difference would be if we had it under the current CVA?
So through the chair, and we had a bit of a discussion about this at Finance and Admin, and maybe just a quick understanding for the rest of the group, if that's okay. So Ontario Power Generation pays property taxes based on the full current value assessment of its property. However, the region and local municipalities only get the amount based on $86.11 per square meter of the operating island, the actual electrical generation. The difference between that and the full CVA goes to the province to pay down the stranded debt. And so the question that Councillor Wu had for me at Finance Admin was, do I know the gross value of the property taxes that OPG pays and what portion of that goes to pay the stranded debt, that in theory, if that stranded debt is paid off, would default back to the municipalities. And a number of years back, I did have some of that information. I certainly don't have it at the regional level, and I'm not sure whether we would be able to obtain it. It all depends on what they deem to be confidential. So certainly working through the CIO's office and Sandra Austin's group, we have the nuclear strategy as a key item, and we have chatted about doing some work around trying to determine what those values are to see what that differential impact is.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate that. Yes, that was brought up at Finance and Administration. I think it's important too because right at the moment to get an idea if the stranded debt has been paid off, to be able to retain some of the money, or get some of that money to the great city of Pickering and the great municipality of Clarington. I guess the other discussion that we did have was the payment in lieu. It would be nice to get both, but I think there is a concern too whether the government gives them one hand and takes from the other.
So through the chair, not applicable to the region, but for both the local municipalities, Pickering and Clarington, they retain the education portion of property taxes for these facilities. And that's been in place in a long-standing way. The concern would be that if the province shifted things to allow full CVA to the municipalities, then they might then in turn say, that's fine, but we won't let you retain the education. And the question is that a win or a loss number for the locals? And so that would also be work that we'd have to undertake in conjunction with the locals to assess what that might mean.
Okay, that's all. And thank you very much through you to the commissioner on those responses.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Schumer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, through you. And I apologize if this question may have already been asked. I also have been experiencing some technical issues. Section 512 of the report speaks to outstanding assessment disputes and the risk to the region with respect to taxes. And I believe that's on page 10 of 40 here. The number of 39.7 million in regional property taxes that would be, I guess, at risk, is this a cumulative number that's been building over these assessment years that are in dispute?
Through the chair, that's correct. It's for the taxation years 2017 to 2022 because of the length of outstanding appeals for some of those properties.
So would it be fair to just, divide 39.7 by the number of years, and that's kind of, if they all won, that would be the reduction of our annual property taxes on these assessments?
So through the chair, I'd have to take a look at how that divides out. A number of the older ones are starting to clear up, but it's a mixture. It's quite a mixture of how many go back that length of time and how many are from the last 3 or 4 years. So it's a very mixed bag for the properties that have long-standing versus some that are shorter. So not all of them are for the full 7 years. Some of them are literally just the last couple of years. So it's really hard to say how you would slice it. Right now, as you say, the total of 49 million in property taxes is what is at risk.
And how? Forgive me, I haven't been around for many years, but how does this compare with some years past? Because obviously there could be some of these obvious issues of recent affecting some of these. But is this a substantially higher risk that we're carrying here than in years past?
So, in actual fact, in reassessment years, we see huge spikes in appeals. So whenever the new reassessment comes out, we will see a very huge spike in appeals, and our analysis of assessment at risk would likely be larger for a short period of time until we sort out how many of those appeals have. Some of them have a standard issue, and once that issue is resolved, it ripples across. So the gravel pits is an example of that. So we will typically see a huge spike in appeals in the very first couple of years of a reassessment cycle. And then as they get resolved, they clean themselves up and the number starts to drop again. What you see here now reflected a great deal is a mixture of some of the ones that are still recent, but also a few of these lingering ones. In a new assessment appeal, I would expect we'd see a jump up for a year or two, then the easy ones will get resolved.
And you mentioned that there have been some getting resolved. I mean, do we have any idea where these things could go as far as a resolution? Are they tending to kind of go against this, or?
I'll say it depends. I mean, the gravel pit was a great win that we're now working our way through the process on. Sometimes it depends on how well funded the parties are, because some large entities farm this out to tax specialists. from a commercial side, for example. So a lot of the big box stores have professional firms that represent them, and so those can take way longer to resolve because it's in their interest to go for every penny, as opposed to a rational settlement where you can kind of meet some reasonable process in the middle and move on. So it depends on how organized and structured they are.
Okay. And I understand from, I believe, some of the following paragraphs or points that we've got adequate funding set aside in specific reserves to handle these. Should, I guess, they all win. It's not going to at least represent an immediate impact on the taxpayers. There will obviously be an impact that will follow, I would imagine, because those assessments, if they win, they will be reduced, and hence ongoing property taxes will be reduced. But at least the initial hit would be mitigated by our reserves, correct?
That's quite correct. We've made sure that we've allowed for the outcomes here, but you're quite correct. As the ongoing change to the base, then that becomes the issue, both at the local municipality and the upper tier. That if in those successful periods, that then changes it sort of forever going forward. So that is the greater at risk.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Members of council, that exhausts the request to speak on my display, Mr. Clerk, not online. So members of council, I guess at this time, I'll call for the vote on 8.1, item 4 of the report number 3 of the Finance Administration Committee. Mayor Carter has asked for a recorded vote. Mr. Clerk, when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Recorded vote starting now.
Mr. Clerk, on my display, we have 26 in favor and 1 no vote. Thank you, that carries. Members of council, we'll move on to item 8.2, item number 5 of the report number 3 of Finance and Administration Committee, the 2023 Regional Business Plan and Budgets for Property Tax Purposes. Can I get a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Shahid, seconded by Mayor Wadden. The item is now on the floor.
Mr. Chair, we will need to separate part of this for Councillor Wu's declaration.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, can you work out that number for the vote, please? Which item are we talking about?
It would be recommendation A, Roman numeral I.
Right. A-I. Okay. So the item is now. Okay, we'll do that right now. Motion to divide item A-I. At this time, I'll need a seconder. Mayor Barton. On the motion for division, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? In opposition? None. That carries. So thank you. So now the item is before us on the floor. I'm going to the request box. Mayor Ash.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm delighted on behalf of the Finance Committee to bring this budget forward. It is a very difficult budget in a very difficult time for some of our residents, but we have to invest in our community. It speaks to investments in our transit system, which will be approximately 2% every year. It speaks to renewed investments in police. All of the committees met their target with the exception of police, and they were $1.8 million approximately over. On behalf of the committee and all of council, I want to thank the commissioner and her team and the CAO under her leadership. This is not an easy process, but it's a $1.2 billion budget. And there's significant challenges for some of our residents, and we're mindful of that. But I think one thing we've learned from the pandemic is that our communities want investments in their public services. And this budget deals with the core foundation of our public services, and I urge all members of council to support it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Neal.
Recorded vote, please.
Okay, recorded vote at the appropriate time. Okay, any other member of council wishing to speak to this item? Seeing none. Oh, Mayor Schumer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to staff, just a confirmation. Item 1.1 speaks to inflationary pressures on the 2023 operating budget, totaling 20 million, or 2.6% of the levy. So just confirming that this inflationary pressure, is this speaking to, above and beyond inflationary pressures, or just inflationary pressures as a whole? I kind of got the idea from the rest of the paragraph that this is speaking to the extraordinary inflation rates we're experiencing.
So through the chair, this is primarily represented by fuel costs and utility costs. So they are very specifically linked to higher increases relating to those, and this will now adjust our base. So I think where you're going, and maybe I'm wrong, I apologize if so. If those costs don't increase dramatically in future years, if they do stick to inflation, we will be fine. This is a big shift because it has been such a dramatic increase in that short window. So it's mostly fuel and energy costs.
Okay, and I mean, you did raise a point there that I might have asked, so thank you. But I'm just wondering if or how much of this, and I'm going to call it a one-time hit because I don't honestly believe these levels of inflation are going to continue for prolonged periods of time. We're already seeing them, or at least in many sections of the economy. But how much of this kind of one-time hit are we mitigating through the use of things like our stabilization reserves?
So through the chair, we don't have what you would call a stabilization reserve. This council set up an operating impact reserve, and we use it to deal with extraordinary one-time items that don't need to be built into the base. So we use it quite dramatic. So for example, we are proposing using 10 million of that, as you can see in the report, to add top of our at-home incentive program so that we can get new units into play. So we use those funds for one-time items that don't affect the base ongoing. We do not use those for things like this 20 million where if the fuel costs at least stay flatline, they're not going to necessarily drop, and if they do, we would offset that in future years. So these are not funded by reserve funds because that and staffing, for example, those staff numbers, they're required to provide a service ongoing into the future. So what we do as a budget practice here at the region is and every commissioner can tell you that we've twisted their arm over and over again on this. We go through and try to find every single item that can be defined as one time, and this is where we go to, and that's why you see that 237 million from the reserve funds. The items that need to stay in the base because we're going to have to pay for them again next year and the year after and the year after are not applied from that perspective.
Okay, I would probably tend to disagree a little bit on that. That we've already seen the price of fuel actually decreasing from where it was a year ago. So I don't think it all represents a solid base going forward, that fuel will be that price and not come down. I have to say, and once again, I want to thank staff for their work on the budget. I mean, we all know budgets are a lot of work, whether it's at our local municipality or here at the region, and certainly the region's finances and the budget is certainly a significantly larger beast than many of us deal with on a regular basis. But I am having a very big problem with a 5.2% increase. I did not vote in favor of the 5% increase or for the cap, and I've got a problem here. And one of the issues, I guess it is we saw, and it's been mentioned by other members of council, the significant increase in social services, and a lot of that has to do with us providing, the support, the health care for the individuals that we're serving through this budget. And it is a provincial responsibility And I very much sympathize with what the chair mentioned earlier today with respect to the police services and billing back the province for some of these costs. And I sympathize with Mayor Carter on his concerns, with respect to just the portion for Oshawa. We have normalized the downloading of healthcare and so many other provincial responsibilities to the point, nobody thinks about it anymore. It is, we've got it built into the budget every year. We've got reserves set up for it, whether it's hospitals, whether it's healthcare to individuals. And I really think, and I discussed this at finance, I think we have to step up our game on going to the province and saying, you are the ones going to the federal government asking for more money. You're the ones responsible for healthcare. They've got to take this back. We cannot afford, and we're seeing it now, we cannot afford to keep dumping this on the property tax bill for fear of making our areas just unsustainable, and unless you have the resources to pay that property tax bill. So I've got some real concerns with it. There's a lot of great things in this budget. I'm not denying that. I just think we're not helping. Simply put, I'm not comfortable with perpetuating inflationary pressures with a 5+% property tax increase. I think we have to look at better ways to mitigate it. We can't keep this up, and part of this is the responsibility of the upper levels of government. And I think we've got to step up our game because this is going to become unsustainable. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other member of council wishing to speak to this? So just before we call for the vote, first of all, to the committee chairs and all of the committees, this was a budget process that traveled through committees. So for the work that you had done, thank you. For the Transit Executive Group, thank you for putting the budget together and having a vision that's outside of a term of council and extending it out past the 4 years. To police, I know it was difficult. Thank you. To our paramedic chief, thank you. Dr. Kyle, thank you for the work that you've done. Mayor Carter, you're absolutely right. The budget process is unsustainable. Mayor Schumer said the same thing, putting it back onto the taxpayers. When the federal government collects 50% of every dollar that you make and all the HST, and we go with our hands out every year asking for a little bit. And that challenge. Mayor Carter, I agree with you, the system doesn't work. At the municipal level of government, we are putting Band-Aids on hemorrhages, and we don't make the decisions. Healthcare is a provincial responsibility. The challenges we have with people on the street that deal in drugs is a federal responsibility, and we have been advocating for years for bail reform, and they're only talking about it now. This is unsustainable to put this pressure back onto the residents of every community in this country who pay for their property taxes with after-tax dollars. It is wrong. I struggle with this budget, but I also have to look at the needs of the region going forward. I'm proud of the fact that, we've got a plan for 10 years in transit, a plan for our paramedics, plans for our police, plans for everything else. But you're absolutely right. We have to advocate to the other levels of government, but we have to make our voice heard across this country. It can't be just Durham Region going to the federal government and saying, we need to make a change. It has to be us united, and for those who work on other committees outside of the region, for example, our large mayors group, our rural area mayors, the mayors and regional chairs, AMO, FCM, continue to do that work, and we should be heard. But there's a lot of things in this budget that we're paying for that are not our responsibilities, and that's frustrating. And we cannot fix the problems on the street as a level of government without the governments at the other levels making the hard decisions to deal with bail reform, mental health, addictions. So that is my rant for the day, and I apologize, but we will continue to do things and make sure that our region's voice is heard. Councillor Neal called for a recorded vote on this item. When you're ready, Mr. Clerk, I'll call the vote separating out item A.
Do A1 first.
Well, yeah, Mr. Clerk, why don't we do that? So why don't we call for the recorded vote on AI?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Recorded vote on recommendation AI of the report is now open.
Mr. Clerk, someone has not voted.
Councillor Wu, if you could press the conflict button, please.
Okay. So everyone has voted, and that carries. Twenty-three yeses, 3 noes, and 1 conflict. That carries. On the remainder of item 5, we'll call. There was a recorded vote called for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the remainder of the item, recorded vote is starting now.
Mr. Clerk, it's 24 yeses and 3 no, and 0 conflicts. That carries. Members of council will move on to committee reports. Item 9. The first one is finance, located on page 68. Moved by Mayor Ash, seconded by Councillor Leahy. The recommendations contained in item 1, 2, 3, inclusive of report number 3 of the Finance and Administration Committee be adopted. Polls. Councillor Kerr.
Item number 2, please.
Item number 2. Any other polls, members of council? So we'll call the vote on the remainder. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, that carries. Councillor Kerr?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one question. I note the amount that is set aside for this initiative. My only question is, how many people, how many families have we been able to assist with this funding, please?
I'll go to Allison Hecker-Alexander. If you could answer that, please, Director.
So to date, right now, the numbers that we have in the program right now are to date. The numbers that we noted in the report, right now, we have about 30 families, 21 families, sorry, and 34 individuals in the program right now.
Okay. And so this is a maintenance of last year's funding for the coming year then?
This is expanding continuing the program and extension of the program until the end of June at this point.
Okay, and I understand there will be some action to ask for a, what's the word I want? Refund, if you will, from the federal government?
Yes, there has been ongoing efforts, advocacy through the GTHA partnership to advocate to the federal government and the provincial government for reimbursement of these funds.
Rightly so. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions on that item? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, that carries. We'll move on to Health and Social Services, moved by Mayor Roy. Mayor Roy is online.
Mayor Roy is absent currently, so you'll need another.
Okay, I need a mover and a seconder, both from Health and Social Services. So moved by Mayor Carter and seconded by Councillor Brenner. The recommendations contained in item 1 of report number 2 of Health and Social Services be adopted. Polls. Seeing none, we'll call the vote on the remainder. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, that carries. If you would turn to planning on page 78, moved by Councillor Chapman, seconded by Councillor Pickles. The recommendations in item 1 of report number 3 of planning and economic development be adopted. Poll. Seeing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, that carries. Works Committee, moved by Mayor Barton, seconded by Councillor Marion Pietri. The recommendations in items 1, 2, 3, inclusive of report number 3 of the Works Committee be adopted. Polls. Online, Mr. Clark? Okay. Seeing none being pulled, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? In opposition? None. That carries. Members of council, just if you would turn to page 82 of your agenda, I'll need a mover and a seconder, so I'll read it first. Okay, moved by Councillor Chapman, seconded by Councillor Lee. That recommendations contained in items 1 to 4, inclusive of report number 3 of the Committee of the Whole, be adopted. Pulls. Mayor Foster, are you pulling an item?
Mr. Chair, yes, I'd like to pull item 2 for a recorded vote, please.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, note that, please. Okay, item 2 has been pulled. On the remainder, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, that carries. On item number 2, Mayor Foster has pulled that for a recorded vote. Before I call the vote, I see no one wishing to speak to it. So, Mr. Clerk, I'll call that vote now, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Recorded vote is starting now.
That is 25 yeses, 1 no, that carries. Okay, Mr. Clerk, I'll hand that to you. Thank you. Just give me 1 second. Okay, members of council, this moves us to item number 10. Item 10.1, call for nominations to the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. I know there's a number of councils interested here, so I'll open the floor for nominations. So I'll go to Mayor Carter first.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. I did submit a motion in regards to nominating Councillor Mayor Pietri, second by Councillor or Mayor Ash.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Leahy.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Of nomination for Councillor Yamada.
You need a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Anderson. So, okay, we'll move on. Mayor Watton, sorry.
Just about. Thank you. I'd like to nominate Marilyn Crawford.
Okay, and your seconder is?
Mr.
Councillor McCauley. Okay. So, Mr. Clerk, I'm going to ask if each one of these candidates is going to stand before I get you to explain the vote. Okay, Councillor Mayor Pietri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Yes. Okay, we'll go to Councillor Yamada.
Yes.
Councillor Crawford.
Yes.
Mr. Clerk, can you explain how we will do this then, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, this will be a runoff vote, similar to how we handled some committee appointments at the beginning of the term. We will do a roll call vote asking each member who their preferred nomination would be. At the conclusion of the first round of voting, if no member has a majority of votes from council, the member with the least number of votes will be dropped and a second round of voting will be conducted. In the event that there is a tie for the least number of votes, the name to continue to the second round of votes will be drawn by lot by the clerk's office.
When you're ready, Mr. Clerk.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the purposes of our remote participants, the microphone system is set to open. So when I call your name, please press the request to speak button. You will be live and you can state your vote. Beginning alphabetically, Councillor Anderson.
Councillor Yamada.
Councillor Ash.
Mayor Pietri.
Councillor Barton.
Mayor Pietri.
Councillor Brennan.
Councillor Yamada.
Councillor Carter.
Mayor Pietri.
Councillor Chapman.
Mayor Pietri.
Councillor Collier is absent. Councillor Cook.
Councillor Crawford.
Councillor Crawford.
Councillor Crawford.
Councillor Dines is absent. Councillor Foster.
Councillor Yamada.
Councillor Garrod.
Councillor Mayor Pietri.
Councillor Judd.
Council Mayor Pietri.
Councillor Kurt.
Councillor Mayor Pietri.
Councillor Leahy.
Councillor Yamada.
Councillor Lee.
Councillor Crawford.
Councillor Mayor Pietri.
Mayor Pietri.
Councillor McDougall.
Mayor Pietri.
Councillor Mulcahy.
Crawford.
Councillor Neal.
Mayor Pietri.
Councillor Nicholson. Councillor Nicholson, we can't hear you right now.
If he turns his camera on, he can give us a thumbs up, or one, 2, or 3.
Are you able to activate your camera? Okay, Councillor Nicholson, if we're not able to get your camera and mic working, could you please send a quick email with your name and we will read it out into the record. In the meantime, we'll go to Councillor Pickles.
Mayor Pietri.
Councillor Roy. Councillor Roy, we see you connected remotely. Are you able to activate your microphone? If not, I'll also ask you to please submit your selection by email and we will read it into the record. Councillor Schumer.
Councillor Yamada.
Councillor Shahid. Councillor Wu.
Councillor Yamada.
Councillor Watton. Councillor Yamada.
Councillor Yamada.
Sorry, 1 second. Who is that? Okay, can I remind everybody to put their phones on mute, please? It's a great ringtone, but
Regional Chair Henry.
Councillor Crawford.
Councillor Nicholson has submitted his vote by email for Councillor Mayor Pietri. We're awaiting a vote from Councillor Roy.
I don't think that vote will make a difference.
So on the first round of voting, Councillor Mayor Pietri, 12 votes. Councillor Yamada, 9 votes. Councillor Crawford, 6 votes. So we will proceed to a second round of voting and Councillor Crawford is eliminated. Thank you. We did receive Councillor Roy's vote on the first ballot for Yamada. We'll now begin voting on the second round, beginning with Councillor Anderson.
Yamada.
Councillor Ash.
Councillor Mayor Pietri.
Councillor Barton.
Tito.
Councillor Brennan.
Yamada.
Councillor Carter.
Mayor Pietri.
Councillor Chapman.
Mayor Pietri.
Councillor Collier is absent. Councillor Cook.
Mayor Pietri.
Councillor Crawford.
Yamada.
Councillor Dyes is absent. Councillor Foster.
Yamada.
Councillor Garrod. Councillor Judd.
Mayor Pietri.
Councillor Kerr.
Madam Pietri.
Councillor Leahy.
Yamada.
Councillor Lee.
The marvelous Mayor Pietri.
Councillor Marin Pietri.
Mayor Pietri.
Councillor McDougall.
Mayor Pietri.
Councillor Mulcahy.
Yamada.
Councillor Neal.
Mayor Pietri.
Councillor Nicholson has submitted his vote electronically for Marin Pietri in the second round. Councillor Pickles.
Marion Pietri.
Tito.
Councillor Roy. I have your vote for Councillor Yamada electronically. Is that correct? Thank you. Councillor Schumer.
Yamada.
Councillor Shahid. Councillor Wu.
Councillor Yamada.
Councillor Watton. Councillor Yamada.
Yamada.
Regional Chair Henry.
Mayor Pietri.
Thank you. On the second round, Marin Pietri 15, Yamada 12. Thank you for your patience in the voting process.
So Councillor Mayor Pietri, congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Members of council, we're going to move. We've only got a few items left. Can we push through this? Thank you. We'll move on to notices of motion. If you could turn to page 92. We'll start with the first motion moved by Councillor Mulcahy and seconded by Councillor Crawford. Are you prepared to move along with this today as the mover?
Yes.
Yes. As the seconder? Yes. Okay. Mr. Clerk, how much of this would you like read into the record? It's published. Okay. So the items before you, you can read what you choose to read. I'm not going to ask you to restrict your comments, but it has been published. So
Thank you.
You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I won't read the whole motion. I'm sure everyone has read it, and we've spoken on this several times today, actually, because it's all very relevant to the whole conversation we've been having today. AMO has been very vocal in the shortfalls of the province over continuous years, over various governments. It's not just the current government, previous governments as well, in the shortfall to funding to healthcare and what it has meant to creating the homelessness crisis that we are in. So they are calling this a crisis made in Ontario, and they've made no qualms about pulling punches in their media releases. This is a motion to call it a crisis, acknowledge it by the region, but also to ask everyone to take this back to their local municipalities and do the same. We are receiving dozens of notifications from municipalities across Ontario doing just that. So it is appreciated to throw your support behind this motion. And I think that for those that are interested, I will just give the plug that there is a homelessness symposium coming up May 3rd and 4th in Mississauga, held by AMO. And I believe that you will hear, if you attend it, you will hear the very great presentation that Juliet Nicolette from the Ontario Human Rights Commission gave to us last week at AMO on 10 cities and the issues behind it. So I think that, and also our obligations as elected officials to uphold human rights. So I would appreciate everyone supporting this motion today, and I don't know if Councillor Crawford has more to add.
As the seconder, Councillor Crawford, would you like to add something?
Yeah, I just want to say that it is not any one municipality's responsibility to deal with homelessness, and the government has to support us. all levels, actually, all levels of government need to support this situation. And we're seeing it more and more. Ajax is number 2 in Durham Region for the population, and we need help. We do not have the funds. Durham Region, we saw in our budget today how much is going towards homelessness, and we need the government to step up and do their part also.
Okay, thank you. I'm looking to the request. I see none.
Recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote. So, Mr. Clerk, because I see no requests, you see none online, we'll call that vote now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Recorded vote on the motion begins now. For Councillor Marin Pietri. Yes, thank you. So that is unanimous. Just note the erroneous no for Councillor Marin Pietri.
It's lit up as a yes.
Okay, duly noted.
Can you correct that in the minutes, please?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That carries. We'll move on to the second notice of motion, Councillor Shahid and Councillor Mulcahy. Again, this has been published. You're ready to move with this motion today, seconder as well? Okay. Go ahead. You may read into it as what you choose to do.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm going to give a little bit of background through you, Chair Henry.
Well, you want to make sure the motion's on the floor before you speak to it. So it is moved. So it is on the floor. Sorry, it's been a long day. Go ahead and speak.
No worries. Thank you so much. Through you, Chair Henry, I came across Alicia Wilson through my round of election campaign, and she was advocating for the safe arrival policy to be put in place for daycares. And I'm going to just read a little bit of my motion here, whereas the Government of Ontario instituted a safe arrival program policy for schools in 1999, requiring each district school board, school authority, and provincial school branch to develop a safe arrival program to report unexplained student absences in a timely manner to parents, guardians, and caregivers. Whereas there's no requirement for provincially licensed childcare providers to have safe arrival programs in place. Whereas requiring safe arrival program for provincially licensed childcare providers may help prevent avoidable tragedies, including children such as the June 2022 death of a toddler who was unintentionally left in a hot car for a prolonged period of time. When a parent reported to work after failing to deliver the child to his daycare provider. So, through you, Chair Henry, I'm not going to read the bottom of it. All I'm asking is for all of your support on this to advocate to not only Premier Ford, Minister of Education, Durham MPPs, and this be circulated to all local nearby municipalities. I'm just going to give you a little bit of a background on the fact that Alicia Wilson and her family came to local media and have been advocating a petition as well, which has about 6,700 signatures on it. And this was to advocate on the recent horrible situation that took place and life of Everett Smith. While a lot of people, we don't know that young boy, but our heart goes out to the family for this huge loss. I would really want all of your support to help protect our children and families. School boards in Ontario have a safe arrival programs, as I had said, but the daycares don't. And I know that by talking to regional staff, we at the region have that policy in place, but not the private daycares. So again, I would love your support in this. I don't know if recorded vote is in procedure, but I would love a recorded vote as well. Thank you.
Thank you. As a seconder, okay, recorded vote has been called by Councillor Shahid. So, Councillor Yamada, go ahead before I call the vote.
Thank you, Chairman, and happy to support this motion. Councillor Shahid brought this forward at our local council, and it was unanimously supported. I think anything we can do to ensure the safety of children here in our community is something that we need to do, and to keep advocating to the provincial government to ensure a safe arrival program is put in place for licensed childcare. Thank you.
Thank you. That exhausts the request box. I'll call that vote now, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Recorded vote is beginning now. Looking for Councillor Shahid and Neil. Did you press conflict and then yes? Thank you. There we go.
Noted, the clerk's noted is a yes. Councillor Neil?
Okay, duly noted. Councillor Shahid.
Did Councillor Neil vote?
Yes.
Okay, that carries. Okay, we'll move on to the third notice of motion, a motion regarding Bill C-234, an act to amend Greenhouse Gas Pollution Pricing Act. Councillor Pickles as the mover, Councillor Chapman as the seconder. Councillor Pickles, I'll leave it with you to where you want to start.
Yes. Oh, there we go. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll be brief. Members will recall that we had at the Planning and Economic Development Committee, and it was either Regional Council or Committee of the Whole, a very knowledgeable and passionate discussion from our representative from the Agricultural and Durham Agricultural Advisory Committee, speaking to how local farmers were being squeezed from all directions, and noting that although food prices had gone up considerably, the income to farmers wasn't the reason for that, or wasn't having a positive impact on that. So he had mentioned many factors, but one in particular that he mentioned was that the Greenhouse Gas Pollution Pricing Act and its impact on natural gas and propane used on farm for grain drying and barn heating made a significant implication to or burden on our local farmers. So he had noted that there was a Bill C-234, an act to amend the Greenhouse Gas Pollution Pricing Act, that sought to exempt natural gas for propane used on farm for grain drying and barn heating. And that will be the extent of my expertise on this item, Mr. Chair. But I did ask him at the time, what one thing, if he had one thing in mind, what could the region council do to support them? And he mentioned supporting this bill, and thus the motion in front of us. And I appreciate Councillor Chapman's seconding this motion. I will call for a recorded vote. Thank you.
Councillor Chapman, as the seconder, would you like to speak to this?
I'll be even briefer. What he said, and support our farmers. Thank you.
So just before I go to Councillor McDougall, under your therefore be it resolved that you want the letter to go to the federal government, Durham members of federal parliament, the federal minister of the environment and climate, and the federal minister of agricultural food, and to express your support. Now, I suggest that you include it to AMO, FCM, Marco, the rural mayors, and the mayors and chairs as a friendly.
I'll say yes to what you said. I'll take that as a friendly amendment.
Okay. The clerk captured that. Really, it's everybody. So thank you. Okay, thank you. We'll move on to Councillor McDougall. There you go. You're on.
Thank you, Chair Henry. I'd like to thank Farmer Pickles and Farmer Chapman for bringing this forward. No, in all seriousness, our farmers do the best they can to try and bring their grain and crops off the fields as dry as possible. They don't want to spend any extra money on heating this to try and dry it out to take it to market or to take it to storage. So our support for this would be greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Schumer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I fully appreciate where this is coming from, and we all attended that meeting. I can't support it and regardless of your opinion on the legislation that brought in the charge or the tax or whatever you want to call it. When you start adding exemptions here and exemptions there, it starts to get very messy. There are some mechanisms for farmers to recover some of these costs in participating provinces, and Ontario is one, by the way. But I can't support it. I do support our farmers, but I can't support this exemption because I'm sure there are many legitimate and deserving industries that need help with their costs. And yes, this is an added cost for many industries. It's designed to be that way, unfortunately, to make better use of our resources. But I can't support it on a couple of fronts, and the idea of exempting here, exempting there, just ends up making a mess of anything that is brought in. And the fact that there are provisions made available to help through the return of the fuel charge proceeds for farmers. I don't doubt for a minute it's not going to recover the entire amount, but it is there, and unfortunately I can't support this.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Shahid?
Thank you. Through you, Chair Henry, I will wholeheartedly support this. I've listened to Farmer Zach Cahoon, and I really appreciate the work and the tremendous work that the farmers do. And this is one thing that we can actually do something about food security, and I wholeheartedly believe that. When we as well go to groceries on a weekly basis, a few years ago, a few dollars went a long way. Now it's just a bag of very small groceries, and residents are choosing whether they're paying their bills or putting food on the table, or what kind of food they're buying, or nutrition food they're buying, fruits, vegetables, and so on and so forth. So I hope this helps. I am someone who looks at stuff positively, and I think this will be in a good direction, securing our food security and making sure that there is some help that is sent to our farmers. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kerr?
Thank you, Chair. I'm in support of this. Having heard Zach Cahoon speak on a couple of occasions about this, about the farmers' frustrations about trying to access ways to have these types of financial burdens eased, and the meeting with the total frustration, I think it's incumbent upon us to support the segment of our economy that's 33% of Durham's economy. It's the only business I know of with my dear departed father-in-law used to say. He was a terrific farmer. He said, "Rick, you name me a business that's dependent on the weather for their success." Well, it's only farmers. And these types of measures, the one that we're talking about here, will have an impact on lessening and mitigating that impact. So I 100% support our farmers on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Barton?
Hey, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And obviously, I support this. A lot of agriculture at Uxbridge. I actually thought the motion may not have even gone far enough. The carbon pricing was based on trying to help us make additional changes. Again, there's no realistic version of an electric tractor right now. There's only one way to dry grains, and that's by using fossil fuels. Until there's options, we need to make sure that we are helping our local farmers compete on a global scale, especially on cash crops. So I fully support this. It's a great step forward, and we may want to do more in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That exhausts the request to speak box. I'll ask staff, and maybe Mr. McVeigh, our farmers, do they get credit for their woodlots and their marshes on their properties for carbon credits?
Mr. Chair, at this time, no, there's not a sort of carbon offset or carbon credit system that generates credits or monetizable value from woodland or wetland preservation. That is something that I think is coming in design. There are voluntary markets for that sort of activity, but currently not sort of that's directly tied to the carbon pricing system at the federal level.
So, do our farmers get credit for the crops they grow for carbon capture?
No, again, there are no sort of carbon credit offset opportunities that are directly for agriculture activities at this point associated with the federal carbon pricing regime.
So, and this one is a sarcastic question, so I'll see how you answer it or not. So, a farmer that's a dairy farmer or a beef farmer who grows his own crops, gets charged for carbon, but doesn't get any credit for the carbon capture on the land that he maintains, looks after, and is a steward of.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important to remember that, agricultural activities themselves do not result in permanent carbon storage, right? You harvest that material, then the carbon is that you've stored through the growing of the crops are then released through the consumption of those materials. So it is through woodlands, wetlands, where you get more sort of permanent, as you mentioned in the first question, more sort of getting more towards permanent carbon storage. So carbon offset systems usually look at carbon sequestration on the order of like 100 years. Can you keep that carbon in the ground for a century? That's the level at which you start to generate carbon credits and offsets.
Yeah. So as a billion-dollar business in Durham Region and the great work that our agricultural community does, I think the way they measure carbon is wrong, and farmers need to be treated with the respect that they deserve for the hard work they put in from before sunrise into after sunset, 365 days of the year. And on that note, I will be supporting this. And whoever said we didn't go far enough is absolutely right. If you want to talk about the increased price and cost of food around the world, you only have to look at the tariff on fertilizer last year to see what it did to the cost of food. And if you think your bread's up 30%, that's because there was no rebate for that tariff on that fertilizer. Second rant for the day, apologize. I'll call the vote, recorded vote by Councillor Pickles.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Recorded vote beginning now. Looking for Councillor Jubb. Second call for Councillor Jubb. I'm going to close the vote. No, Councillor Jubb is absent.
Okay, that carries. Mr. Clerk, there is no unfinished business. Members of council, at this time we're at announcements. Councillor McCaughey?
Thank you. Given that everybody's so eager to get involved, there are task force available at AMO for any councillor that would like to get involved on various topics like policing and healthcare and homelessness. There's a wide variety. It's on their website. Just go and check it out. And they're looking for people to step up and volunteer.
For council's reference, I sit on the waste task force.
Also, it's available to staff if staff are interested and eager to help. Thank you.
Is there anyone else with announcements? Councillor Shahid, I'm sorry, I've lost my screen, so I apologize.
No worries. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Through you, Chair Henry, just wanted to let you know on Saturday we had Project Ramadan, Muslim Welfare Center, Canada, bring a huge food packing drive in Whitby. We were able to pack over 500 bags, and that was all distributed within the local charities of Durham Region, where it's Feed the Need, Salvation Army, and Candlewood Food Bank. Each bag costed about, 2 bags that went collectively to a family costed about $70. So there were about over $35,000 spent just Saturday into bringing food to local charities. So I am very, very thankful of Muslim Welfare Canada to do this in the month of Ramadan and really showing the real community effort. So I really commend them for their efforts and generosity and charity that they collected from community members all around Canada. So that'll be all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mayor Schumer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to remind everybody of the Sunderland Maple Syrup Festival. Gets going this Saturday, April 1st, in, of course, Sunderland, and things kick off at 9 a.m. I know, Chair Henry, you're a regular attendant at that festival, so hopefully the weather will hold out for us, and hope to see you there.
Well, thank you. You see how I can sometimes be excited in council and committee meetings. Wait till you see me after a large dose of maple sugar. So I'll see you there, Mayor Schumer. Any other announcements? Please just put your hand up. Councillor McDougall.
Thank you. March was National Engineering Month, and on Sunday, I gave a talk for the Ontario Society of Professional Engineers about engineers and specifically even STEM grads in getting involved in politics. And I'd like to say that was a successful talk, but I was telling Mr. Presta earlier that the consensus amongst the room was it's crazy for engineers to get involved in politics because you have to fight for your job every 4 years, and there's no guarantee in that. And for professional engineers, there's much better solid careers that you could take up rather than being a politician. But that amongst the room, the consensus was that it's really important for STEM grads to consider being involved in politics. And I said, if you're not involved at this level or at your local level, be involved in committees and other community aspects because it's really advantageous for us to hear those opinions. So, thank you.
So would that be building bridges in communities?
Yeah. Yes, sir. Thank you.
you.
And in terms of your earlier comment, in terms of getting carbon credit, I think should you have a woodlot on your property as a farmer, your best way to get paid for that would be actually to tap it.
Well done. Okay, is there anyone else? So that is the business for the day other than bylaws.
Bylaws. Councillor Neal's asked for recorded vote for 14.3 through 14.9 on the bylaws.
Okay, so 14.3 to 14.9. Okay. Do we need to divide them out then?
You can motion on the balance and then do a recorded vote.
Okay, so members of council, I'm going to call for a recorded vote on all bylaws between bylaw 14.3 to 14.9.
It's moved by myself and second by Councillor Barton that bylaws 11, 23 to 22, with the exceptions of the one proposed be passed.
Okay. So on the ones that haven't been called for a recorded vote, I will call the vote now. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, that carries. Okay, I've lost my computer screen. Councillor Neal?
Yes.
You've asked to speak?
No, recorded vote on 14.3 through to 14.9.
That's already been done.
No, we passed the first two. We're
Yep.
going to do a recorded vote now on those ones.
Yes.
Correct.
Yeah. Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Recorded vote on bylaws 14.3 through 14.9 is starting now.
Okay, that carries. Mr. Clerk, that's everything except the confirming bylaw.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Moved by myself, second by Councillor Barton, that bylaw number 23, 2023 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Regional Municipality of Durham at the meeting held 29th day of March 2023 be passed. That bylaw be dated 29th day of March 2023. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Ash. On the confirming bylaw, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, that carries. The last order of business for the day, Mr. Clerk, is adjournment. Oh, hold it, wait, hold it. The energy after a long meeting is amazing. So Councillor Chapman moved it. You have to be in your seat to vote. You have to be in your seat to vote. We're not done. Councillor Shaheed, you have to be in your seat to vote. Everything. So on adjournment. All those in favor? In opposition? See. Oh, Mayor Foster?
Well, I was wondering if we could debate this a little while.
No, thank you. We're adjourned. So thank you. Thank you to staff and stay safe, members of council.
Okay.